What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Auxiliary Hazardous Material Storage Facility somewhere in the world. How's everybody doing this fine, lazy Sunday afternoon? It's lazy for me. Been lazing around all day. I did watch a movie earlier this morning with one of my out-of-state friends. We get together every couple of weekends and we watch movies online. I feel like I made a bad pick this time. It was not a bad movie. We watched The Oxford Murders, and look, it was all right. But I just left it. Afterwards, we had this long discussion about like the philosophy. Some of the topics get tossed around in the movie, and like just how kind of pointless a lot of it was, and how the mystery just kind of fell flat. But not the worst thing I've seen. I fear this is going to go down as like 1 out of every 10 movies I suggest is not a fan favorite among the viewers. This is the only one that ever gets remembered in a lot of my groups of friends. I'm like, aren't you the guy that recommended we watch Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon? And I'm like, yeah, well, it's a good movie. Like, that movie was terrible. We're never watching that again. It's like, I also recommended a lot of other good movies. You just don't remember any of those as ones I suggested. I'm just synonymous with I do pick a lot of bad movies. It's not always me though. We watched this movie yesterday. I got together with a couple of friends. We were playing some board games. We continued the Western game we were playing before. I did manage to convince my friend's son to loan my character the $10 I needed for a stick of dynamite. But you know what? I didn't use the dynamite. I had an opportunity, but it would have blown all of us up, as well as the single gang member, and we didn't end up using it. So that was good. And then later we played this game Mothership, which is kind of like a generified serial numbers filed off alien RPG, like Aliens. What's up, Ottercast? Welcome in. How you doing? I was talking about my gaming yesterday. Tabletop games were very fun. I ended up blowing us all up with a rocket because I realized that like everybody was infected, and if we got off planet, it was just going to be bad. And then afterwards, we talked about like the pre-written adventure. Like, is there any way for us to not get infected? Or like, nah, I mean, not really. Like, there's ways it could have gone well. Like, yeah, it's good, like horror movie simulator. And then we watched this movie Midnight. It was very bizarre, and one of those movies that just kind of ends like, well, that happened. Over. So it's not always me. I thought it was a bad movie. Watch other stuff too. Watch this Prospectors movie with Pedro Pascal, which was basically just like a Western set in space. And he talked in the kind of like overly flowery language of Western villains, which was very good. Very much enjoyed that. Well, let's get back into Kawa no Nushi Tsuri, or Legend of the River King. I'm hoping today, one way or the other, to escape the hell kingdom of snakes that I'm trapped in. It's not enough to just get to the stickleback and catch a stickleback and get whatever it is I need to get to the next part. Somehow fireworks enter into it. I don't know how yet. What's up, Sky? How is it going? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. These snakes are driving me crazy. I've had it with these snakes. I need to escape the snake hell. But if I recognize if I can't reach a level where I can like actually combat these snakes, then I'm just asking for more trouble when I get to the next section and like everything kills me. Also, like on the box, the game box, there's a bear running in from the background. Let's go for the game. You see like the game box. You can kind of see the bear under the logo. So eventually we'll face a bear. I'm not looking forward to that. Good, my stress reached a breaking point yesterday. We good now. Oh no! Oh no! What happened? Well, I don't know if I should ask. I don't want to pry. But I'm glad you're doing good now. I'm glad you're doing. Clearly I know what it's like to reach the stress breaking point. You can just go back and watch the last Left 4 Dead collab and just see me absolutely melt down. It happens to the best of us, and also to me, who is certainly not the best of us. Burning Goblins just took over. I saw a social media post, and I was like, oh boy, I feel for you, man. I feel for you. I get what you're saying. And I think that is an understandable and rational thing. At least to me. But it's also the kind of thing that, like, you say it, and then you're like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. And I start my yandere arc now. Well, you got the knives for it. And there is a market for that. There is quite a market for that. You ever see that? This kind of troubles me when people see like yandere stories and they're like, man, I wish I had that. And it's like, no, you don't. It's like this Japanese man was stabbed by his yandere girlfriend. And people are like, I wish I had a girlfriend like that. Like, you want to get stabbed? Because that's the end result. I just thought it would be fun this week to actually put the password in. I know the exact story you're talking about. Yeah. All I remember is like all the people posting about it with like pictures of her, and it's like, where can I find a girl like that? It's like, okay. You could. I won't go further than it. It's a bad idea. Don't be with someone who's gonna stab you. She's a pretty lady in mugshots. Yeah, apparently that's all it takes for people to all people say that, and then they get in that situation and like they'll regret it. They'll be like, oh no, actually this is bad. It's like how a lot of people can't be told something is hot, don't touch it, you'll burn yourself. They have to touch it for themselves. It's just something of human nature where a lot of people just won't believe it until it happens to them. It's because, well no, she's attractive and I want that. And clearly she cares enough to stab you, so that would be great. It's like, but being stabbed isn't good. No, you're just lying to me. You're lying to me because you want to keep all the yanderes to yourself. And then they get stabbed and they're like, I've made a terrible mistake. We haven't heard this music before because I've just been using save states. It's one of the advantages of using a flash cart with a lot of these games, but on the NES anyway. Not all flash carts or ODEs or devices like that support save states, because not all systems work well with it. Like the Super Nintendo is like very touchy about that, but the NES like works fairly well, especially with games that don't have any save functionality like this. It saves you from having to put these long passwords in, but I just thought it would be fun to put a password in just once. Also, we get to hear this music, which is honestly pretty good. I'm enjoying this tune quite a bit, but I want to listen to it all day. Let's get this password in here, which is also why I take the screenshots in case something goes terribly wrong. This takes me back to like games like Metroid that had like the same kind of long password string. I think a lot of these too, it's like what you are entering here is you're just kind of manually entering a memory state because there's no like actual like save functionality built into it, which can get really funny because if you break down the components of the password, you can often make some hilarious passwords for a lot of games that give you things you shouldn't have or put you in places you shouldn't be. 2212000952 is my password for this game. And there we are. We're in Snake Town. Golden health. We got $50. We have no food. We are poor. NES passwords are just too big, so I was just restarted from the beginning. I don't blame you for that. Like the original Metroid had really wretched passwords, but Metroid was a cartridge port from a Famicom disk system, and knowing that, you know, it was basically floppy disks, like all of those games supported saves because it was just writing straight to the disk. But having like battery-backed saves for cartridges was more complicated and more expensive, which is why a lot of cartridges didn't have them. And if it was a game that originally had saves, and they lost that functionality or backed out of it, a lot of times they would have those weird passwords because it was just kind of slapped on. But that's not the only case. Like I think sometimes it's just that's the best we got, you know. I mentioned it before how it has some advantages back during the cartridge rental days when you could go into like a video rental place and rent NES games or Super Nintendo games, and games that used before there were external memory cards like on your PlayStation and so forth, or built-in ones. Like you would have to, if you rented a game that had a battery-backed save, you just had to hope and pray that you either beat it that weekend or no one overwrote your save before the next time you're able to rent it. Remember the Mega Man ones where I get 10x10 grid? Yeah. I have in my copy of Mega Man 3, there's like 7 slips of paper with like crudely drawn passwords on it. And it's funny now because almost any game that has that kind of password, you can just find those passwords online. You can just find the password online. But back then, like you had to write all that stuff down. And so that password had the advantage at that time of not having to worry about someone writing over your saves on stuff. The way tech is now, you know, it's like I almost prefer the older systems because I have a billion tools that let me back up my saves and copy them to other devices and do what I want with them. And the only devices I ever have trouble with saves is like the newest consoles because there's no way to access that stuff anymore. It's all locked to your account. Couldn't even take a picture. No, I mean, if you had a Polaroid maybe, but that was expensive. You're going to take Polaroids of that and then hope it comes out right. I mean, at least with a Polaroid, you have the advantage of that. I have photographs, or I don't think I have them anymore. I think I've lost them over the course of several moves, but I had photographs of game screens that I took. They weren't great. You get a lot of glare in those things. You really had to know what you're doing to get a picture of a TV screen back then. What's our bait looking like? We're max. Oh, wow. Wow. So we did not have 10 caviar or 10 earworms before. So that's crazy. So using the password that we were given, we got bait back that I couldn't previously find. I was not aware of that. And I still have this bait, which I will not read out loud for obvious reasons, but that's the frogs we caught before. I found that out later. We need to catch those frogs for it. Do I have anything in the bin? I shouldn't have anything in the bin. So actually, using the good old M bait, it's the master ball. Yeah, we are spoiled now. It's one of the things, like a couple of the games I was playing on the Steam Deck, and like go into the menu and like there's just a note function where I could just type notes up straight on it. I'm like, what? This is amazing. I really wanted to do something, figure something out. I might do this for the future for other RPGs or games we play. To get like have a note thing I can pull up on screen when I enter notes. I don't know if that would interest anybody, just to have a little like notepad on the screen to put stuff in that I could put up and put down. I'd have to be very careful because I always forget to close those things. Hello, Injo. Good old back air. We get the solid old RPGs here. This game is very interesting. I'm really enjoying it, despite the frustration of Snake Land here. Let's do some fishing here. What's the good bait for this? Red bug is good. Red bug and earworm. I don't want to use the earworms. I'm gonna save those in case I gotta catch more frogs. But I like the breakdown in this game. It's always interesting in RPGs where like, do I not have that? Is that the red bug? That is, I think that's just bug. That's why. There we go. Red bug's just the square. Whole music cannot be beat. I agree. Oh, actually, I gotta turn this down just a little bit here. You don't mind. I know some people find like the old chip tunes kind of grating, and I can understand that, but I enjoy it. Well done classic console game music is my jam. Let's get back in the practice of catching these goobers. These guys aren't worth much at all because they're too small. I like them. They can get overly repetitive sometimes. Yeah, not all of them are created equal, and some games don't mix it up enough or have enough variety in the music. I mean, like Bubble Bobble's a good example, I think, of a song that is really good and enjoyable, will really get in your head, but except for like the final level of the game, you only hear that one song over and over and over again. But that I thought is a really, how do I put it? It's a gentle song, right? It's not really piercing or shrill. It just kind of, bleeds into the background. Just kind of enjoy it. Not all games are like that. To be fair, they could only use so much memory for music. Yeah, especially on these systems, especially in the US where they only had 5 channels of audio. And you could do some advanced stuff with it. Listen to anything like Tim Follin was putting out there for NES. And he's got some like real jams on there. That's without all the audio enhancements that really didn't make it outside of Japan. They could have. It's not like the NES isn't capable of that. Like you can feed expansion audio into the NES without modifying the console. It's kind of complicated, but they could have done that on the cartridges, but it was just a cost thing. Nintendo didn't want to use these chips produced by other companies for cost. They wanted to own the cartridge production in the US. Although some mapper chips, some non-Nintendo mapper chips did make it over. I want to say like Sunsoft in the Batman Return of the Joker on NES uses one of Sunsoft's chips. but they didn't use any of the expansion audio. Happy Pride Month. Oh, it is. I forgot it was already June. Happy Pride Month. But I listen to a lot of the older music. I love, finding stuff like the guys listen to some Master System tracks. The Master System is much like the NES, that in Japan they had an FM synthesis add-on for the Master System that was later just built into their version of it that we never got in the US. That had expanded audio, and for games like the East game for Master System or Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star is the one that sticks with me the most. Like the FM soundtrack is like quite a bit better, quite a bit better. And a lot of the Master System games that had an FM synth soundtrack still had it on the US carts that could be enabled with key inputs when starting the game. What's up, Flash? How you doing? The good music is old when it's in stores, ancient when it's too old to be in stores. You know what? Like, it's weird because nothing's really old now, right? Because there's still so much stuff that makes it into stores, especially with vinyl making a comeback. And there's a lot of like new productions of older music on vinyl. I see a lot of old game soundtracks get vinyl releases. So we're at the point now, which makes total sense. Like, what does it really cost to produce that stuff? Eels! We can take some eels. Try and get a headshot on it. That's decent, but not great. Eels are not that terrible. Oh. Spamming the buttons too much. It's the snakes we gotta worry about. Goats are a problem too, but goats are achievable. And these eels got like, I want to say like 20 hit points. Not real high. 24 maybe? And we did 23 damage to it. Yeah, there's that sweet spot. Hey, we leveled up. Cousin asked me what vinyl was the other day. It was kind of funny. That's very odd because like vinyl is super popular now. And vinyl being popular was actually a problem of sorts for the vinyl industry because like all that stuff was winding down. It's hard to maintain the machines or get parts for it. All of the institutional knowledge in the industry of the vinyl formulation and how to press things properly. A lot of that kind of dried up. Or maybe not dried up is probably not the best word, but a lot of people had retired and there really wasn't like new blood coming in to that had the experience or was able to get that experience from working with the veterans of the industry, which resulted in like a poor product being released. But also they were being overwhelmed because vinyl had become relegated to like the DJ set. And then when mainstream labels started pressing like every new release on vinyl, they were getting overwhelmed with that. And their smaller companies, the smaller customers that had kept them afloat for all those years were suddenly getting pushed to the side, and it was harder and harder to get that stuff produced. But now I see like vinyl for everything. I'll see like, classic Japanese computer RPG soundtracks pressed on vinyl. I saw they had a release of The Scheme for the PC-88 on vinyl, which is, what's his name? Pull my window down here. Talk about the guy who produced the music for it. Yuzo Koshiro, right? Yuzo Koshiro, who did Streets of Rage series. Streets of Rage 2 soundtrack is amazing. It's amazing the sound he was able to get out of the Sega Genesis. But he started out with Japanese PC games. I believe he originally worked for Nihon Falcom before starting his own company, but they did Dragon series, they did a couple of the East games. But he did The Scheme, which has an amazing soundtrack. That's another person that was at Neon Falcom. Yeah. We didn't read a lot about a lot of the different games there. But Yuzo Koshiro, his music is great. He made most of his tracks on a PC-88. Even well into the other, like when he was making ActRaiser, he made it initially on a PC-88 before essentially porting it to the sound system of the Super Nintendo through a music programming language that he created. And it was like the tool he was familiar with, and he kept using that like well past the life of the PC-88, which is pretty impressive. But I've been looking at a lot of that stuff because I've been looking at the East series. I want to play that next. I'll probably play that on the next grind, the first East game. I've just been having trouble figuring out which one I want to play. I realize I'm just being kind of obstinate to say that I don't want to play the TurboGrafx CD version, which is probably the best of the classic releases, because it is on the PC Engine / TurboGrafx CD. It's on the Master System. It's on the Famicom. Of course, I have the PC-88 version through the Egg console on the Switch. That's all in Japanese. A lot of the versions are only in Japanese. MSX had a version. Soon to play them too. I have Origins. I really enjoyed them. It's a really weird series because only a couple of the games employ the bump combat before they switch to different combat. And if you play the current series, which a lot of those are like remakes or re-releases of games for like PSP or PS Vita that have been ported to PC, and most of those have been released on PC now. I think there's only one. I think it's 5 that never got a English translation, and there hasn't been another version of it yet. But like Oath and Felghana replaced 3, and Salketa replaced 4, I want to say. And those are somewhat newer, but those are still like, I want to say those are PS Vita games, or even PSP. But they change up the combat style quite a bit to where they get currently. But I like the Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles Plus that you can get on Steam is a really faithful reproduction of the original game with newer graphics and music, but it still contains, you can switch to the original PC-88 music on it, which I thought was really cool. They only expanded the map out a little bit, but it's mostly like exactly the same game. Probably PSP, a lot of games there for Neon Falcom. Yeah. Which I honestly appreciate, like, oh, we're gonna get some XP from this guy. I honestly appreciate seeing those games like put out on modern systems. Because I have a Vita, I don't have a PSP. I never owned a PSP. So it's nice being able to access that stuff on current hardware, warts and all. Because sometimes, like the East Chronicles is still like, it's quite old at this point comparatively. And I know the first one, like you got to do some stuff to limit the frame rate on it. Particularly, I think it's only really for the final boss. So you can get through like all of the game except for the final boss, and then suddenly find yourself unable to beat it because the frame rate's too high and things clock really weirdly. But I wanted to play like an older version of the first one, as close to the sources I could get. I even toyed around with some on-screen translation stuff, but I couldn't get anything to work the way I wanted it to. Even when it did work and translate, it's just machine translation, and it's kind of iffy. You don't need it that much. I guess you only need it if you want to read the story unfold in the game. But like if you open up like the original Ys on PC-88 and you walk into a shop and you'll see like blibbity blobbity, long sword, short sword, etc., and you go to buy it and you'll be given like Japanese options for buy or don't buy, and it's literally like the Japanese buy, don't buy. But like if you don't know any Japanese, you're just kind of like, I don't know which one of these options will buy it or not, and you may accidentally buy some equipment you didn't mean to, and be broke. And I had to look that stuff up, and then I was like, you know what? I don't know enough Japanese to really effectively do this. And I know which one is buy or don't buy. It's Kawa for buy, or Kawanari. I think that's right. Yeah, but it's not the height or EA, because that's what I expected. I was like, how bad could it be? And then they hit you with like the actual like word for buy, don't buy, like the straight buy, don't buy it. I'm like, oh, I gotta look this up. What is this, cow? Come on, Arin. So now I know that. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I've Nihongo'd some Jozo there. But it's too much of that, because there's only like all told in the original East, there's only like 3 or 4 people like you actually have to talk to who will tell you like, go to this place, bring me this thing, etc. And none of that is in English. They also like one of the people ask you, like an old guy who asks you to get their silver bells back. You can't understand anything he's saying if you don't understand, if you can't read Japanese. And even the response to that is not like his first question is yes or no, and the second one is not. They're basically phrases that are like, don't worry, I got it, or I don't know how to do that. It's a bit more complicated, but I'm looking forward to that. I probably will just play the PC Engine Turbo CD version. It's real nice. It plays just like the classic. They didn't change a whole lot. I've heard it said that like the newer versions are like the canon versions, but I don't think there's a lot that really got changed. I think it may just be like some ending screens or something. The interesting thing with the PC Engine version, I keep calling it that. I just refer to TurboGrafx PC Engine. They combined both games 1 and 2 into one game, and they were originally supposed to be one game, and then they got split for length. But by combining them into one game, they also combined the level cap, assuming that you're going to play, like, you don't have an option to jump to the second book. You just play straight through 1 into 2. And so it's possible to get way over level in the first part and just be unbeatable. When I was at White Day, and one of the puzzles that was in complete Chinese, the game is Korean with English subtitles. Oh my gosh. Like, now there's a lot of options. There's a lot of different tools out there. You could pull your phone out and like snap a picture of it, or do like a Google Translate, Google Lens, whatever, and translate that stuff. And it's okay. It's passable. It's not something you'd probably want to play the whole game with if it's real text heavy, but it can work. This is something I want to talk about. Something I really appreciate in this game, and what I thought was a really interesting twist was, typically the game, there's like the two ends of the progression is your level, and then the financial progression requires you to buy things to progress. And all of your money comes from fishing, and all of the experience came from combat. But then when you get to this late in the game, suddenly there's creatures you can catch that give you no money but give you experience. And the worst outcome, if you fail to catch these things, is that your line breaks, you lose a hook, and you lose 1 HP. And honestly, compared to like the snake, like I could fight this thing 26 times before I die. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal. I think they do count towards the number of fish you catch before the fishing spot dries up. So if you're just looking for money, probably avoid them. I need to switch my bait because I don't want to fill in my bin with just these small fries. I want to get some real money here. I'm trying to keep my head above water because it cost me, I want to say it was 30 bucks for the inn. Every time I die, if I want to recover my health, it's going to cost $30. I could buy the food here to heal me. That's $50. I already bought the expensive fireworks. So that's not the high price item here is not an issue. But I should take advantage of this opportunity to build up my my stores of goods here, my money store here, while I'm trying to level up enough to escape the snakes. Get back to the fundamentals of this game, which is, fishing. And the combat is secondary. The Dark Chub. I also find it funny how all of the purchases for the fish are based on length of fish and not weight. Which, like in fishing competitions, there's problems where people will like put lead weights inside the fish to increase the weight to cheat. But if you're going by length, like, you can just kind of stretch these things out a little bit. Who's gonna know? They should have an option for that. You could have a whole mini game where, like, you're trying to stretch the fish without... Oh, he stole my bug. Trying to stretch the fish without damaging it. Like a timed attack thing. I don't think they would do it, but that'd be very funny if they did. Well, these dark chubs are tricky. Next company can sell those weights. I'll just sell like a special contraption for stretching fish. The problem is, like, I don't think there's anywhere. We still got the heart. You all see the heart? I'll point it out again because I see it every time. Every time I catch the fish, I see the heart. The fish's little scale tattoo. At least it looks like a heart to me. We need more games about cheating. You know, but that's like, you remember in The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening where you could distract the shopkeeper by blowing a bomb up on him and then steal from him? But if you came back into the store, he would force lightning you to death? I liked that. More games need options like that. You know, not that you have to do them, but the option should be there to let you just be a scumbag and lie and cheat. There should be a harsh punishment if you're caught, but well, I'm fighting for my life out here. Like, give me a couple extra dollars, you know? These are desperate times. Desperate times in the Snake Lands. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive. And if that means having to, like, break some fish bones to stretch their length out by an inch or two to push them over the line, by God, I'm gonna do it. Or the toucan who followed you if you stole and attacked in Zelda. Oh yeah. Found that by accidentally stealing lantern oil. Well, I think like in a Skyrim game or like a Bethesda game where you could accidentally steal, but also you could just put a basket over their heads and they wouldn't see you steal. I don't know if they ever patched that or fixed that, but I also thought it was hilarious to go into the store. The only thing I was ever interested in stealing was cheese wheels and sweet rolls. I made it my mission to collect every one of those that I found, and a lot of times they weren't for sale. It was their food. So stealing it was the only way you'd get it, and just leave a big pile of that stuff in whatever house I buy. Actually, it was a fun game called Screen Cheat. It was a 4-person versus game where you could only see the other players by looking at their part of the screen. Oh. You remember the split screen gaming? The old days of split screen gaming? Like for FPSs. It was like, don't look at my screen. Don't look at my screen. Like, I can't not see it. But also, it is kind of cheating. I think it harasses you till you cough up the cash. Yeah. That horses could be witnesses to crimes. Which is actually a real law in some state. They just bring the horse in to testify. Bring the horse into the lineup. That's very funny. As someone who, like, in my younger days played a lot of GoldenEye, there was a lot of that. There's a lot of that accusation being thrown around. People looking at other people's screens. I just kind of laughed at it, that it was like, you know, it's a bold move and it's great if it works out, but you probably shouldn't try to sneak up on someone in a game where they can literally see it. Oh, here's the snake. Here's our first battle. I'm not even going to bother trying to escape. We never escape. They just do so much damage to us. That spot on their head is like the only good spot to hit, but I can't just wait for the random chance of it popping up on there. I don't think that even the eyeball is a great hit. That's okay. They have so many hit points. I'm really curious what the damage calculations are. Oh wow, we actually lived. We actually lived through a snake fight. I'm hurt real bad. Make no mistake, but we lived through the snake fight. Did this plaintiff commit the crime, Star Jumper? No! Sentence commuted. Isn't it based on the judge whether an animal can count as a witness or not? It depends on the animal. Better hope you don't show up to court with like carrots or lunch meat in there, depending what the animal is. Just throw some catnip. Throw some catnip into the jury. Get that jury nullification by cat attack. Just gotta walk off the bite marks. I just gotta rub some dirt in my my envenomed flesh. I might have to amputate a limb or two to make it through this. Give the dog milk bones bribe. What do you got in your pocket? Nothing. But see, that would kind of didn't I already? Okay. That kind of work against you, because you want to plant it on somebody else to take the attention away from stuff. You don't want the dog to point you out. Get some golden trout here. I don't know if these, well, they're only, it doesn't even matter if the fish are like quote unquote special fish. The only quality that matters for the payout is their length. So you have a fish made of like solid diamond and it's like, oh, it's only 2 centimeters. We'll give you $1. Makes sense. This guy kicked my cat. Look at how scared they are of him. I guess there's no like easy out there. You gotta play it on a case by case basis. You have to cover your bases. You have to strategy for all aspects. Do I want this animal to favor me? Do I want the animal to fear me? Oh no! The lizard hurt me real bad. It didn't hurt me real bad, but it did do that. I can get to the lure. Put a hook on there. I also think it's funny that you can randomly catch hooks. I don't think you can catch hooks. You can randomly find hooks beating up animals. It's probably because everyone's only means of defense is a fishing pole. So there's probably a lot of animals that have killed that have like 20 fish hooks stuck in them. They've survived so much combat with people that they're just laden with the remnants of their previous attacks. Come on. Get in my bin. Don't be coy. That's a different fish. You're a carp. These aren't even particularly long. They're bigger than the other ones. They're bigger than the other fish. Eventually have body armor made of hooks. Yeah, you can't really punch something that's got a bunch of hooks on it. Like, that's how they get you. That's why you can only hurt them in certain areas, because everything else is covered in other humans' bones, fishing hooks, just an amalgamation of things that have become stuck to it. Come on. Oh, it's so close. It keeps getting like less than 1 meter away. Time I hear something about a koi, I always think about that one song by the Pixies. Where is my mind? I love that song. I remember when that movie came out and I had a friend who became obsessed with finding like the exact version of the song and the original song and like tracing it back, because I believe that track, now I don't remember enough to say, the track that they used in that soundtrack was either a cover or a remix or both. I remember he spent a lot of time on that. That was also like when it wasn't that easy to find music online, like actually like get it. Not like today, which that's not even particularly new. It just goes back far enough that when Fight Club came out, like it still wasn't totally commonplace to just go, you know, find music online. And even the stuff that was out there, like, was entirely dependent on somebody having ripped something that may not have even gotten like a CD release. What's my bin looking like here? Yeah, I'd seen we're only one fish away from filling the bin. I haven't filled my bin completely in a while. I don't think I'm gonna make it back to town alive. I'll say that. At 10 hit points, the chances are low, unless it's like a ferret. Gotcha. I mean, he uses a remixed version of songs to better match the scenes, which is wild when you hear the full original version. You know what? What movie used? I don't think it even ever used the whole song in the movie, but they just used like the hook, the ooh. I can't reproduce it. I don't have musical talent, but you know what the part I'm talking about? Just the ooh, that part. They used that in the movie. Oh, was it Malignant? I think it was Malignant. Which is so funny given the context of like the twist of the movie, like the core of that movie, constantly bringing up like the "Where Is My Mind" song, but never playing the lyrics, just the hook. I'm like, I was laughing the whole time, like, this is too perfect. This is such a fit. Oh my God. That movie was amazing. Did y'all see Malignant? The movie was top tier. It was crazy. I love that movie. That was one of my, like, God, that's been a couple years now. That was the friend I was visiting over the weekend, and we were playing tabletop games. We went and saw that. Oh, it was so good. What do you got to say, buddy? Overuse of the tub can weaken you. I still don't know. This tub I have presumably will let us travel over a waterway, and I haven't used it yet. Lowering the tub. Oh, I could just cross the river with it. Well, where can I... Did I take a hit point loss for that? I am. Oh my God, I'm gonna die in this tub. Man, he was not kidding. He's not kidding. You take damage. You take damage in this. What happens if I die in the tub? Let's find out. Just kind of pass out. What is this tub made of? I didn't lose the tub, did I? Okay, I still got the tub. That's so weird. 2 bug found. Can I find a red bug? I think I can find them here. Red bug. Get our loot back. Seasickness. Oh, this boat's too choppy. Oh, your guts just spill out like a Fulci movie. The boards got repurposed. The boards got repurposed from the fish hook lined fish. The fish that had too many hooks in them to be edible. They just fused them together into a tub. And they kept all the hooks on the inside to get you to buy it. So you can't see the hooks until you buy it. And it looks nice on the outside. It's all smoothed over, but the inside is nothing but rusty hooks and fish guts. Yeah, let's see what we get for our catch here. 250 might be the most money we've ever gotten from one haul. That's actually really, really good. I might buy some food. It's $30. The only advantage the food has is that I don't have to die and come back here or try to walk back here on low health. I can extend out my trip a little bit. I feel a little bit more comfortable buying this now when I have the money. I don't really want a bigger bin, just because the fishing spots dry up too quick. But ramen. That's 100. That's 150. That's 200. I'm gonna save the rest. All right, let's get back to the fishing. Let's try and make it up the river to the better fishing spots without dying. I could save myself some time, potentially, by just rafting. These guys aren't so bad. I say that, but it'll probably still cause me some grief. The midsection is where you really want to hit the ferret here. I don't know about real life, but it seems like right about there is where you really want to wail on him. The ferret is about the best enemy you could run into here. They're not very powerful. Unlike those vicious snakes. I'm not even sure what kind of snake that is. Let's get to the neck. This one. This is where we got the golden carp. We're going to fish this out. Fish this spot. I move to the next one up. I'm emboldened by my one snake battle that I've won. I feel like I could take on the world now. I can't, though. To be fair, I died by tub and not by snakes, no. It's what I call like a moderate success. Mixed success. Get in there. I could go for some golden carp right now. Before stream, we were talking in Discord. Joshua was mentioning Uzumaki. I brought up how like I haven't read Uzumaki. I just know it from the movie, which I really enjoyed. But every time I watch the movie, I get really hungry for Narutomaki, which is like the spiral fish cake. The fish paste cake with the spiral shape in it. There's only one restaurant at all near me that might serve that in something. But it's expensive. I haven't been there forever. Make sure to join the Discord for more sushi talks and other things. Yeah, I wish I was more... I wish I had more to say in the Discord. I'll go ahead and throw that link up there for the Discord. I've been meaning to go in and make a change, split the... I currently have like a retro console section, and I was going to rename that retro console repair because that's most of what I use it for, and split another section off that's just retro console discussion. Because right now, like the retro console section is primarily just like repair logs of stuff I've worked on. But I also haven't worked on anything in a little while. The Xbox was the last thing I did anything with. I haven't had any new projects pop up. Just because I spent all the money I could on that stuff. And now I'm getting into the area where anything I'd want to get is starting to get a lot more expensive or complicated. I think I've gotten all of the old consoles I wanted that could be had for what I felt was a good price. And now I'm into like, okay, this is going to be like $150 to $200 to $300. And then I might still have to put some work into it kind of situation. Got my channels I should probably get rid of. Don't really want to delete them because of all the old messages. Yeah, that's like... I don't have that problem yet, but I could totally see that coming if you have a channel that is really specialized but gets a lot of traffic for a little while and kind of dies off. I don't know what kind of archiving options there are for messages on Discord. Because at least if you could archive this stuff somehow, like there is that, but it does kind of feel like if you had a section for a specific thing that nobody's really interested in anymore, I think at that point you just move it to the bottom of the list, you know, just put it in the bottom where no one ever scrolls. Get in there. I just got a ding on the Discord. Oh, that was Joshua. Didn't know there was a movie. I only know the infamous anime. Yeah, I never watched the anime, the Adult Swim anime for Uzumaki. I remember like seeing the preview for it and I was kind of excited, but don't trust this since he's been infected by the spiral. Yeah, like this guy posted like Naruto Uzumaki. You know what's funny about Naruto Uzumaki is that Naruto means whirlpool and Uzumaki means spiral. So the man's name is literally Whirlpool Spiral. Just make it so no one can message that anymore and make a category called archive. At that point, why not just leave it? Yeah. I meant like, you know, back it up or like take it off of there, you know. But if it's your archive version is just keeping it on there, but nobody can post, we might as well just let people post, unless you do want it to die, in which case you're probably just going to delete the messages anyway. That's one of the reasons I I like a lot about Discord, but I dislike how the old days of like forum posts or people gathering on certain web pages shifted off to Discord, where like the search function is so it's not being cataloged by any kind of search engine, external search engine. It's localized entirely within that community, and like the archival process seems kind of nebulous to me. Midori Kawa was a character in the No More Heroes 3. Yeah. Green. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of characters' names that like you just take the translation of their name. Although there are different names that can have a same pronunciation but be written with different characters. And then those characters, depending on what character set they're written from, can be read different ways. And so they can have alternate meanings, which I think is pretty neat, but could also get incredibly confusing. I understand that Varden's getting rid of his. Is he getting rid of his Discord? It's tough. It's tough because like I try and post stuff in there, but I'm not always in a position where I like can post more than just like, hey everybody, and that just seems kind of bland. But other people post stuff in there, and I hate to say like you can trust the community to post stuff, but I won't. I try to put stuff in there, but I do worry when I haven't been in there for a while. It's like this isn't active, but it's not costing me anything. Take it up there. Some English sound the same, similar, completely different. Yeah. What's up, Prehenmo? Sending a video while watching wrestling. Ah. Very good. Well, I can't compete with the wrestling. It's understandable. Since our last stream, it doesn't use it much and mostly hangs on kaijus. Yeah. That's another thing. Well, now that I have my own Discord, I'm like rarely ever in anyone else's Discord. I just miss stuff. I think this is just the guy who warned us that the tub will kill us, which is literally true. Need a wrestler mask for your model, Jum? I might make one. There is a Fire Pro wrestling game, which is one of Suda's early works, that has an insane story that very recently a fan translation was put out for the story mode on it, and I would like to play that. And if I do, I will probably make a luchador style mask. Yeah, there's a lot of... I have not had the time, and I feel bad about it, but I haven't had... My free time has been very consumed lately. For most of this year, in fact, which kind of... it's kind of killing me. But I want to do more stuff with the model. I feel like the model gets ignored over anything else, and I really should focus more on it. It just takes me more time because I'm very picky. I'm not that super duper skilled with that end of the 3D modeling, particularly the texturing end of it, and a lot of stuff that I make, I'm like, I don't like this at all. I don't want to use this. My black leather mask, no eyes, just a hole for the mouth. No, Berhenmo. Def Jam stream, there are a lot of curses. Oh, I can live with that. The Def Jam Fight for New York, that game is amazing. I played that with my friend a lot back in the day. That's such a good game. Suppose we know I have a collective server who's just got sections for everyone in the friend group. It's a cool idea. I still like having the whole thing myself. Yeah, I don't know. Like I probably would not be down with that just because I'm kind of a control freak on stuff. Maybe a little bit too much. It's like I'm either just kind of a passive presence in someone else's Discord, or am I semi-active contributor to my own Discord? There's like no in between. Because I'm still on the vtuberEN Discord. I hardly ever, like, I'll poke in every once in a while and see what's going on, but like I don't. It's not because I dislike anything about it. It's just like when I open Discord, like I have the time and attention to look at one thing, and it's usually my own, and then I'm back to whatever else I'm working on. Yeah, zipper for your mask. I wonder how I could animate that. Oh, that got me thinking. We had the ugliest guy in Fight for New York. Charisma was 0. The crowd hated him. He was the strongest character I've ever made. I love making characters. Oh, God, it's a snake. I love making characters in wrestling games, but I always just make like horrific freak show characters. Dang it. I was waiting for a headshot, and they is not coming there. Oh, I actually hit the head. Not a good hit. I don't think that's the good spot either. Yeah. I think we're getting close. We're getting close to the snake fight being more survivable. I think another level or two, and I think this will be a lot less threatening. It's such a pain when like that random target doesn't give us a good hit. And the longer you wait, the more it speeds up, and after a while, it just seems like this is not going to reach there. Oh, that wasn't great. Yeah, that's typical. The snake is just brutal, man. I don't check that very often either. Usually I look through about 20 servers possible, but only interactive mine. Yeah, it's tough. It sounds so whiny, but it's like, it's hard to keep up with all of that stuff. I didn't grow up in the social media era, and most of my interaction with stuff online was like, you'd go and check like once or twice a week and respond to some stuff. But like, I'm not like online in that way that often. What's up, Leather? Thank you for grabbing the 6th like. How you doing? Best character in those wrestler games was always ugly. The 4th, you know, close enough. They're both numbers. I made Mario and Luigi. My friends' kids were not happy about that. They were just horrible, enlarged, distended freaks. But man, they wrestled good. $80. I can live with the $80 on this, because now we'll be able to go catch more of those. And that makes enough money for us to stay the night. As long as I'm making more than $30 before I get killed by the snake, I'm pretty happy. I'm still like real psyched that we got our earthworms back, because like I had used some caviar and some e-worms, and I was never finding them anywhere, and it didn't seem like I could find them. But loading from the password, which I had not done until today, actually brought all of those back up, which is crazy. It seems like a cheat. And I'm curious if that, maybe it just doesn't track that, because it put all of our bait at 10. I hope for that headshot. It gets a lot more critical the higher up you go to get like the really good hits on these things. But it's such a terrible risk. And sometimes like I waited on that last snake for a while before it sped up and got us killed. And it just was not going anywhere near the head. Like that. But the difference, oh geez. I hate that. The only time I hate like the random encounters is when like you finish an encounter and take one step and get it. Like there has to be like a grace period. You have to let the player get a few steps before you jump them again. Unless the area is specifically set up or you're told it's very dangerous and you have a very high encounter rate. Unless it's a specific part of it. But if it's just like your RNG doesn't drop any numbers, it could roll any time. It's painful. Hello, it's Attorney Man. Welcome. Welcome to the fishing. We're not fishing right now. We're fighting for our lives, but it's all part of the same experience. Yeah, I don't think that's a good one. No, it is. Hey, we'll level up again. Where is our max HP gonna have to be for us to be able to take on that snake without dying mercilessly? 35, 40. Oh boy. I don't think that's not it. 8's okay. Double digits is always better. Yeah. Like 90% of the hit locations on the snake are just not great for damage. And it's got to have like 40 hit points. No, and you can't miss. So I feel like if you can't... Oh, I thought that was a good hit. If you can't survive like 10 rounds of combat with the snake, you're not there yet. There's still a chance. Well, speeding up on me. Nope. Nope. Did I catch any fish that time? I don't think I ever got to the fishing spot before the snake killed me. Nope. That's why I need a good store of money here. Alright, we're still not there. We're still not quite there. The snakes seem to have been doing a little bit less damage per attack, but we're still not doing enough damage to it consistently to get out of it. I've given up trying to run from them. I have never successfully run from them. Goats too also will not let you run. The goats are a little bit better to deal with. They'll still do a decent amount of damage. Like, oh, that 10 points. That's quite a hefty hit there. Yeah, that's not good. The goats, you really want to karate chop their neck brace there. That's how you take them down. It's got to be a little bit lower than that. That's an okay hit. Well, that's 11's not bad, but... Yeesh. Oh, gosh. But it's just the goats and the snakes. Snakes are worse. Let me get to like one fishing spot here. The goats are just on average like more readily defeatable than the snakes, but they also have just a ton of hit points, so they just soak up the blows. Even the eel got us. We were just too low on health. All right. I guess I should, at least so we're getting some money, I should just stop trying to progress up there because the game is just telling me no. And go back to fishing for the small fry right in front here. Although I've been jumped by a snake there too. Not good times. Red bug? Red bug. I like the red bug around here. Ooh. It's no money, but it's some XP. Get in there. Now, what do I do with these grass lizards? I know the grass lizards. What do I do with them? We're getting experience. Do I just take them off the hook and throw them away? Do I just swing them around and smash them on a rock? Do I just bite their head off? Like I just pull the gummy worm out of the lake? I'm like, We're getting XP from them, which implies some kind of combat. Lizard is just fine. They're not that tough. They're not that tough. I catch them most of the time, the majority of the time. And that's some good, like, low risk XP. I think there's only 2 areas left after this. I think if that includes the end where the River King is. But I haven't even seen the end of this river section. I don't even know how much further along this goes. I'm curious what the fireworks are for. And if the master hooks are something I just have to buy, or... I'm also curious what we're going to get from this guy once we give him the stickleback he was asking for. Will he give us a photograph, or... I don't know what else. I love the variety of fish in this game. The only one that I've found that isn't really a fish that I thought was like way off was that lobster I caught that did not look like a lobster. It had a lobster tail, but it looked like a sausage. It had no claws. I don't know if there's like a river lobster that has no claws. It was very weird looking, but it's all the other fish, like, they all look pretty good to me. They put all their effort into making all these, like, 2-frame animated fish. Which, it is, you know, it's a fishing game, so I appreciate that. While playing through this also, I have not looked at all at the other entries in the series. They're all on like higher spec systems than this. This is the only Famicom entry. I think the next one is Super Famicom. And I'm really curious, like, how much of it, like, what changes, how much of it stays the same. If it's just this with better graphics. Oh, the spot's dried up. All right. So it's fine. We should get enough money to survive one death off of that fishing expedition there. Come on. There we go. There's the money. 20. Nice. Nice. If I can pull that off on the snake. I just want to be able to survive enough to see the end of the river. All right, this is also Redbug Turf. We'll do our fishing here, see if we can make it to the next spot. Do some fishing there. That's gold, baby. Solid gold. It does fit. We were saying earlier about the tub being made of fish filled with hooks. Because we needed one of these fish in order for the guy to complete the tub that we got. He said he needed to stamp. And I just question, like, is he just rolling ink on the side of a fish and slapping his tub, and that's like his maker's mark? That's a necessary part of the product. Is it a load-bearing cod stamp? Carp stamp, sorry, not cod. Or is it literally pressed into it? What's his game? Oh, come on. There we go. The Fisher's Tub Association demands it, otherwise they'll send their Yakuza friends after him. The only stamp I know is the mushroom stamp. It's more or less the equivalent of that. Okay, we got plenty more. I'm gonna catch one more of these, and then I'm gonna switch it off, because now that I have a fairly reasonable assumption that we can get earthworms back, I feel a bit more freer in using the earthworms. It's weird that I never saw that mentioned, that you could just reload with the password to get your bait back. That seems like a real, that seems like a really good tip. I mean, you probably, unless you're playing an emulator or a flash cart with save states, you probably would never find out. I only found out because I'm like, yeah, why not? We'll just give it a shot. Let's see what we catch with the earthworm. If we get any kind of bigger take off of it. Oh, I remember now. I did try to catch one of these guys before. And it got away. Funa! And that did 3 HP damage. Damn. Alright, I'm not doing that again. That was, I don't know. I'll try one more. Why not? Why not? That was rough. That thing was like not moving. That guy did not give me much chance to reel him in at all. Got some power on these boys. Yeah. You're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't in that situation. Because if you don't try to reel it in, it'll just pull right off the edge and it'll be gone. But if it's pulling the whole time and you're constantly resisting it, eventually the line's going to break anyway. There's like a push and pull to it. Once, like, when you're reeling it in, once it slows down, like, that's the resistance. You got to let off some slack on it and try and let it wear itself out. But it's not easy to do if it starts out already almost escaped. Probably better off just, like, cutting the line, letting them go. Foon is no joke. They ain't messing around. We leveled up by catching the grist lizard. You love to see it. That's more anti-snake power right there. We're just pulling like a poison fist here, where we're just like using a lesser venom than the snake's venom to build up a tolerance to their venom so that eventually we can battle them. Or we'll make our own body so poisonous that the snake will actually die from biting us. That's the goal. I've always been curious about this broken section here. We could use the tub to cross over. Yeah, there's nothing to catch in the water there. Oh, look! Speak of the devil, the literal devil, the great Satan, snake, with the 8 hit points of damage. We're not keeping up with it. Really need to hit hard and fast, but it's so weaselly. I can't just sit and wait. Yeah, even that's not a good hit either. It turns out punching a snake right in the teeth, not great. That's how you get bit right in your fist. That's fine, Snake. You win this round, Snake. You win today. I am just in disbelief. Because this is like 2 or 3 levels we've gone up just in this stream. We went up like 3 levels last stream. We still can't face the snake. We're still not tough enough to take the snake out. Well, have we peaked? Is that the thing? Are we just no longer gaining combat prowess? I'm gonna buy some more ramen, I think, while I'm here. How much do I have? I got four ramen. I mean, that's okay. That's okay. We'll just save it. We'll just save it. I haven't felt the need to use it yet. Great Satan of the Shores. I really should look up, like, get some sense of what sort of venomous serpents you're likely to encounter in Japan. Although I don't know, like, geographically where in Japan this would be set, or what sort of snakes I would be. If it even pulls from like a real world snake, or if it's not just generic snake. And I'm just assuming it's venomous and it's not just like bleeding us out with tiny pinprick wounds. It doesn't look like a constrictor. It looks like some kind of viper. Come on. Just fill into my basket with these small fries here. Just because I'm likely to die before I make to the next section. It is always crazy to me in games that, like, we're here to grind. I don't mind the grind. I enjoy the grind. That's why I do the Sunday grind. But it still always catches me off guard when a game will allow you to kind of sail through it without too much effort and then just throw up like a huge cliff that's like, now I'm gonna have to ask you to sit and gain 10 levels before you move on to the next section. I don't know what it is, but there's certain games that do not have an even progression. They have a pretty smooth progression, and then it just shoots straight up, and that's what the snake is doing to me. It just shot straight off the charts. I'd consider it like a boss fight if it wasn't such a common encounter. But I love playing a lot of these old RPG series because you see a lot of interesting or different ideas, different structures of how things are gated off in the game, how progress is measured, what parts of the game it breaks out and what it hides from you. Especially when you watch like the really old stuff, when you're playing the old stuff, the earlier examples of things, it gets really interesting because before things really cemented in place, you see a lot of strange experimental stuff. Like auto combat, where you could just turn the fights on auto. Is it such a fascinating concept to me? And some games have it, some games don't. I know like the later Dragon Quest games do it. I know Lagrange Point is another Famicom game that I'm going to play at some point. I actually went as far as to make a hacked together translated real hardware cart for Lagrange Point because it uses a specific Konami mapper chip with enhanced audio capabilities that I think was only used for that game. So I wanted to be able to use that with like the real actual, like all the way down, the real hardware, you know, use that in my twin Famicom with the actual original expansion audio, because that's got like a really awesome soundtrack to it as well. But I know that game has auto combat as like a default. You can just turn it on from like level 1 and just let the game decide for you. And the little bit of testing I did, like, you know, it seemed like it was doing okay. We were getting through it. Do a bit more damage. I'm very, very curious what the internal math is for damage calculation, both in terms of our attack and defense. If it's entirely level based, if it's based on your current hit points or your maximum hit points, which is about the only visible stat you get. If it is based on hit points, it may be based on current hit points more than max, which can be kind of rough because then you have to make sure you're always in full health to do the most damage. I have seen that in games before. And it is a setup I don't particularly like, because depending on the healing options you're given, a lot of times like those kind of games will limit healing to items like this game does. And it just becomes like a real resource struggle where it's like, if you want to be able to maintain your combat effectiveness, you have to constantly make sure you're at 100% health. Otherwise you take a huge hit. I don't know if that's the case for this. It does seem like I'm doing less damage when my health gets low, but I haven't exactly been recording the numbers, so I can't. It's entirely just like, that's just the vibe I have. I tried looking at it in an emulator to take a look at the memory map on it, but I'm not versed enough in assembly and tracking that stuff to really find anything meaningful from it. I do want to take a look at it because that's something that interests me a lot, and I would like to get more of a handle on that. I would like to be able to look at NES games, like internal functions through the emulator, to see like this is where it stores your health, this is where it uses whatever your health or your level to determine damage, or if it's just like an RNG. It can't just be pure RNG, because I definitely do more damage as I get more powerful. I have definitely noticed that. And enemies will do less damage as they get more powerful, so it's just what the specific breakdown is that has me curious. And unfortunately, a game like this, I have not seen a lot of information on it. Even like the one walkthrough I found that is what I've been consulting anytime I get really jammed up, which hasn't really happened that much. I mostly just look for it to see like, you know, am I doing something wrong, or is there something I'm missing here? And then I don't really find any more information. Like I mentioned not too long ago about the bait, like nothing I read said anything about getting that bait back. In fact, most of what I got in other people's discussions were that there were some baits that you could never recover and that you had to be very careful about your use of because you needed it to progress. So I wonder if they're just playing it the same way I am, if they just played through one sitting and didn't finish it all the way, or if they use save states in lieu of an actual save function. I also have to be careful that I'm finding discussion on this game and not just a different Legend of the River King game, which I've only found a couple of those. It's more of a problem. Like Resident Evil was like the big issue. Every time I tried to look something up for Resident Evil, the original Resident Evil, I could not get the search engines to stop giving me results for the remake, which is different enough that the results aren't really valid to what I'm looking for. And so I'd see something mentioned that was like, go here, do this. Okay, I can do that. I'll give that a shot. And then I try to progress there, and it's like, this doesn't exist because it's the remake. Ooh, we got a good shot out the gate. Good shot out the gate. We're probably not going to get another one. It's just going to be middling damage, sub 10 damage per hit. Is not optimal. Because this bad boy's got like 40 hit points on him. He's not dishing out that much damage, but he's got a lot of staying power. Oh! We're getting closer. We're getting closer now. I'm gonna eat food because that was a very good success. That snake, I don't know if that was just RNG, if that was just randomness. That snake was not damaging us that badly. Okay, we gotta get over here. This is a bug E-worm situation. See what kind of fish we catch in this spot. Oh, this is the lobster spot. Look at this lobster. Look at this thing and tell me that's a lobster. How on earth is that a lobster? What is that? What is that? What is the Discord? Can I turn this on? I'll just leave it at that. I keep getting notification notices from Discord. It's not going into the streamer mode for some reason. I don't know why. Well, if you squint, it looks nothing like one. The only part of it that looks remotely lobsterish is the tail. But then there's like a whole longer section up front that I just don't see it. I mean, I think if they had claws, I could buy it. It's just a long lobster. Is a lobster like a Japanese lobster a different thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that what this is? Because I have to keep reminding myself that, like, I see these fish and I'm like, what is that? Like, what's the Japanese fish? Like, oh, okay, that's like the Japanese catfish. They look a little bit different. I mean, I'm seeing claws on these things. It doesn't specify the kind of lobster. All right, the Japanese spiny lobster can grow up to 30 centimeters long, live in the Pacific Ocean. It's gotta be, this is a river. It's a river lobster. Is there such a thing as a river lobster? Let's see, here's like, I don't buy this. This is the AI overview telling me that it's the spiny lobster when I just read the spiny lobster is in the ocean. It's in the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is not a river. Now, this game might not be entirely accurate. So it may just be that there's a type of lobster in Japan, but even then, like, they're not doing it very well. And these lobsters do not appear to have the big lobster claws, but these are like ocean lobsters. If it's in the river, that's more like a crawdad or something. I don't know. If it had some kind of like bend, right? If it like curved a little bit, right, or had some kind of bend like in the middle. But as it is, it's a long tube. It looks like a hot dog. I don't know. It sort of looks like the cook's fine lobster. Yeah, it's like it's kind of like, I mean, I guess it's close enough, but it just looks so off. And also they're so short. They're so short. Got 13 in there. What is the other bait here? The other bait is the E-worm. I'll give that a shot. I don't think the earthworm got us the stickleback here. I don't think we're far enough, but I don't know. It could be wrong. They said near the end, not necessarily at the end. These are just, they're very small, so it's hardly worth it. Let's switch bait. See what kind of monster fish we get off of this. Oh wow. Okay. I'll try one more. I'll risk it. You gotta be quick, I guess. Hell. No. Forget you. Forget that. That's nonsense. Whatever it is in there. I don't think I want none of it. It may be the stickleback. The stickleback may be like a real challenging fish to catch. I don't know. Oh, we leveled up again. We're leveling up very quickly this time, I feel like. All right, here's a section. Can I go here? Red bug. This is red bug turf. See what we get around this section. Oh, you know what? I did it again. I looked at it and didn't actually do it. It would help if I actually put the bait on the hook and didn't just pull out a red bug and look at it and go, ah, oh, that's nice, and then continue to throw a regular bug out there. I think we caught these before too. Rice fish. This is another earthworm situation. God, I hope I don't need the earthworm for the stickleback. I mean, now I have a technique for getting the earthworms back, but there's a lot of these like just piddly fish in this river. I'm required to just like, I need an absolute metric ton of these fish in order to make like a fine meal here. All right, I got to get over to where that guy is and chat with him while I have the chance. Before a heavy rain, fishing spots were drained out. All right, I did talk to him before. And right in the soft underbelly. One shot. If only we only got attacked by ferrets. Hey, speak of the devil. I'm absolutely crushing these ferrets. I'm gonna be covered in ferret fur here. All right, what do we got here? We're back in bug turf. What are you, friend? Japan perch. I like a nice perch. Nice perch dinner. Delicious perch. I don't know why I don't eat something before I start these streams. During the week, I know, it's just a timing thing. I got no excuse today. I definitely could have filled my belly, so I'm not just staring at all these delicious fish, getting hungrier and hungrier. The protein slurry just doesn't satisfy my hunger. Oh, filthy bug thief. We'll get him. We'll get him. These fish are getting tricksy on me. I don't like it. I gotta save some of my health because I think I'm gonna have to tub over to the next area. Favorite kind of fish? I'm quite partial to salmon. Salmon is very good. I like a nice fillet of salmon a whole lot. I like tilapia. One of the grocery stores near me, their deli sells fried tilapia, and that's very good. But salmon is my preference. I don't eat a ton of it because it can be kind of oily, but like it is good. It is very good. What's my bin looking like now? We got 18 in the bin. Let's keep moving. Another ferret. We might make it to the end this time because we're only getting jumped by ferrets. Kind of the expensive fish store for tilapia. I think it's good at the cheap fish house. Oh, it's a goat. Okay, well now we're in goat turf. It's gonna be a little bit rougher. But it's good. It's good to know where we stand with the goat. It's like the snake. It's a little bit more winnable than the snake fight, but you always want to make sure you know where you stand. We're doing all right. It's not as brutal as it usually is. Give him a good old chop. So that wasn't bad. It was survivable. Certainly wasn't preferable. All right, I'm going to tub it up here. You know, it costs us 1 HP. This is further than we've seen before. There's another person. Raccoons disguise themselves as objects. Spook it with a F-work. Oh, that's what the firework is for. Okay. All right, so somewhere out here is a thing that is actually a disguised raccoon, is what I'm hearing. Oh, good. We're on bug turf. Let's see what this is. Is this the end? Is this stickleback turf? Hey, it's the stickleback! At long last, it's over. They only like the bugs. We got our stickleback. If we finally survived to the end of the river to get the stickleback. And it looks like it's not the only fish biting out here, so we're kind of lucky that we got it first try. Good going. Doesn't it usually say that? Our bin is full now. My bin runneth over. Look, there's a boat. If I get in that boat, will I survive? I don't know. Should I explore? Well, as long as I'm here, I guess I should check this. Oh, of course, it's a snake. A snake here to tell me to go back. Turn away, human. Yes. If my health gets low, I could eat. We could survive this. We could still take the snake. Its damage output is lower. We're doing better. I just gotta try and get the good hits. That was not a great hit. Ooh, ooh. Never mind, 7. Well, 7's not bad. On average, it's doing a lot less. So we are seeing the results of the leveling. It's averaging out to less damage, but it's still capable of a good hit now and then. But we're still having a lot of trouble getting like the sweet spot on the snake. So it's still like in a position where it can outlast us just based on its massive hit point pool. We're still not quite there yet. Look, there's a boat. Can I get in the boat? Do I got to get in a certain way? Can I not get in the boat? Is it just decorative there? Oh, I got impatient. Is the boat the disguised raccoon? I don't think that's the case. Come on, give me a good shot here. If this ferret kills me just because I can't RNG a good belly hit on it. I'm too weak to find the good spot to beat this thing to death. Oh, there we go. Oh, we leveled up too. Look, we're almost at 40 hit points. We'll talk to the boat. Huh? The tree wasn't there a second ago, was it? Look at my replay here. I think that tree just appeared. Yeah, no, that tree wasn't there. All right. I think I'm gonna have to, just so I don't, because I'm worried if I use this tub, I got a tub over here. I guess I could have tubbed over. Yeah, this is what I was worried about, that I'd immediately walk into a snake, right? Immediately walk into a snake fight and like die before I get to the tree. I think we can be reasonably sure that tree is the raccoon. A mysterious tree springs up, like it's probably not normal. We got a lucky first hit in there and did a decent amount of damage. Ooh. Yeah, so the snake fight can still be close, but like we can win against the snake now. Oh shoot, where'd it go? All right, it's 2 from here. All right, let's try it. Let's try the firework. It ran away. Oh! Oh! There it is. All right. Here's the thing. I hope I didn't screw myself. Well, we still had the firework. Okay. So that's fine. I was really worried that, like, if we leave and I come back and that raccoon's back again, you know what I'm saying? Like, am I going to have to... Oh, this goat's probably going to kill me. Am I going to have to buy more fireworks? I think we're fine. I still have the fireworks. So even if I have to do that again, I think we're okay. Wow, now the goats become the roadblock. So we were weak. This firework burned the raccoon, got the portal to Tanuki Land. I don't think I want to go to Tanuki Land. Who is are you the stickleback person? Great job! You can have my carbon rod. Oh. All right, well, we got the carbon rod, which presumably is more powerful, right? We got a new fishing rod here. How much money we're gonna get? $230. Nice. Where does that put us? 390. All right, let's sleep. I'm gonna get a password. Just in case. What exactly it will encapsulate, I do not know. I think we scared off the raccoon. Take a screenshot of that. We're good. We scared the raccoon off that was pretending to be a tree. Now we've got another wicked cave passage. How much do I have? I got one. I'll buy one more. We'll get one for the road there. We'll try and pick up some bugs while we're in town. I'll take a ramen. Three bugs found. Nothing. Oh, we could use more red bugs. Red bugs always seem to appear in the empty space between flowers. There's our red bug. What's our bait look like? I think that's all that we'll find out. We're fine. All right, let's move on. Let's try and get up the river again. Entire eel. All right, we're good. We'll see if we can make it up there. Oh, it's okay. 10's good. We'll see if we can make it up there before we hit 40 HP. Punch this goat right in the mouth for minimum damage. I have to learn that hitting the goat in the head does me no good. Like, it does not care about that. Is this goat gonna kill me? Super goat here, man. I'm not getting any good hits in. Oh my gosh. We've got a new ultimate enemy. It's the goat, which I previously said was defeatable. I feel like the goats and snakes have just traded places here. Because I fought goats before and not been just wrecked by them. That's troubling. But we get a decent amount of money. We have enough money that I have to spend it a couple times to stay at the inn. I can live with that. Just focus on getting out of here. ferrets. A ferret is fine. Die, ferret. Die! Hey, we found a hook in that ferret. We got our hook back. I will take the hit. Now I can shortcut through some of this. Yes, keep giving me the ferrets. Karate chop that ferret right in the throat. You do what you gotta do there, you know? Oh god, the eagle. Alright, eagles were tough. I've always been able to escape them. Oh no, it chased! Alright, I don't know where to hit the eagle. I don't remember any good spot here. Every opportunity I had to strike it was a bad shot. I feel like. You'd think hitting its wings would be the thing. This eagle's gonna kill me. Oh, that's also not great. It's not presenting me with great options. Right in the beak! That's okay. What do I do? Pray. Oh! The only time I fought an eagle before was when I chose to fight it and wanted to try out the eagle combat and see how tough they were. Every other time I've encountered an eagle in this section, I've just been able to run away from it. So I'm a little disappointed there. I gotta find where the good spot is. It was really, the hits on that eagle were cycling between just off the edge of the eagle or the eagle's wings. Like none of the spots were good spots. Now the RNG hates me. Oh, that was a good hit for 22 there. Wow. This goat has some big beef health. Oh, geez. Come on. All right, we're still in a lot of peril for stuff. Look up, you fool. Use it on the water. I still find it hilarious that the tub drains our health. Ferret! Hua! I do less damage. Little less damage than normal there. Usually we get a good like 20 points out of the midsection body chop. We're almost at 40 hit points, which is, we don't really have a level. Oh god. Ah, that's not it. Oh, 15 was still good. Come on, snake. Let me go. I'm so close to being free of this area. God knows what I'll find in the next section, but like, at least it won't be snakes, I'll tell you that much. It'll probably be bears. I don't know if that's better or worse. I know these are weak hits, but taking the shots that I can. Right in the face. Oh! Still. We're only a few points down. I can live with it. God, no! Please! We're so close. We're so close to being free of this section. But I'm afraid of what I'm going to run into in the next area, to be honest. I'm afraid it's going to be nothing but, like, one-hit kill bear fights. But it's like I said before, you know, I gotta, like, chill my expectations, because if I can't reliably fight my way past this area, I'm probably not strong enough for the next one. I'm risking it. Oh, I hate this! I hate this RNG! RNGesus, save me! Oh boy, we're not doing the damage fast enough. Give me a good hit. Damn it! Damn it! I just have to try and outlast it and take whatever hits I can. I can't wait to be strategic because it just ain't working. It just rarely gives up that good headshot. It's frustrating because I'm wasting my money healing only to get attacked by a snake immediately. I would have been better off just dying at that point. Like, look at this crap. I'm not gonna make it now. Not unless nothing I come across is fair. And of course it will be snakes. Can I escape a snake? I still can't escape it. They're unescapable. Just finish me off. Oh my god. I was wrong. I thought I was doing better. I thought I was freeing myself from the snake hell. And then the snakes just went Super Saiyan level 2 on me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Time to buy more ramen. I just threw $100 away trying to walk out of there with a triple snake chain. I should have prayed harder to Lord Helix. He's too deep in the river, Flash. My prayers can't reach him. We're not yet at the time where I can summon Lord Helix. The best I can do is I can pray to my fishing rod and hope for the best there. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna buy one more ramen. I don't like this. I'm wasting all my money, but I'll just fish it back. I'll just fish it all back. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should be praying to Lord Helix. Maybe that is my mistake here. I wish I could just tub my way up the rest of the river and be done with all of this nightmare. I mean, look at this. Look at this post. Oh, that didn't post. What the hell is a JFIF? I've never heard of that before. Where's a JFIF file? Oh, it's a kind of JPEG. Strange. I don't think I've ever seen a JFIF file. Oh, new laptop. It probably was just like it scrolled down one too far on like a save as option, I would guess. That's my only guess. It's just strange to me to see like a new unrecognizable file format. All right. Go down, Snake. All right, there we go. I think it may be, I think the damage may be relative to the amount of health you go into a fight with. I'm really thinking that because it really felt like when a fight started, my health was low. I was definitely getting, like, not doing as much damage. Please let me escape. I am not wasting any time or money on you. Let me escape. Thank you. You son of a bitch! Release me! Oh my god! Oh my god! These things just will not let me go. You ever feel that in the game? The Lord Helix blessing. I need the blessing. Please, Helix. Please save me. When games do that, when you ever have that feeling in games, even though you know it can't possibly be true, or the game is really starts to feel like very personally antagonistic, where you just cannot escape an area and stuff that shouldn't be there keeps showing up. And it's just like, why? Why are you here? You should not be here. At least, like, I'll say this about the snake now. It's at a point where the snake is no longer, like, reliably doing massive damage every turn. I think I said this before. I tend to repeat myself a lot. But it is doing enough damage that it becomes a risk of just getting, like, chewed up piece by piece. Yeah, so as my health is draining out, I feel like I'm doing less damage to it than when this fight started, which is bad. Because it just means, if that is how the mechanic turns, that's painful. Oh, at least we leveled up! Look at that, we made 40! Damn it, this Animist is a cruel mistress. Go in a random cave, get an Eldritch Energy Tentacle Beast. Get brought down to 2 HP. Yeah, I mean, there's some games where it's just like, this game is very difficult and very aggressive. And there are other games that, like, oh, you successfully escaped. You take one step, they're back. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Eel is okay. Eel is okay. It'll do a little bit of damage. Yep, 3 hits. I couldn't, if it gave me the headshot, it would have been over. But if it is, as I suspect, that your health is a determination of how much damage you do, that is very rough, because it essentially means that, like, if a fight goes on more than a couple of turns, unless you're, like, way out leveled for it, you're just gonna spiral. We're just a little chewed up. It's still good. We can still make it. Son of a bitch. Get out of here, snake. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to eat during this fight. Let's see how much that should have been a much better hit there. So let's eat. We'll have plenty of time to recover when we get to the next area and make more money. I just absolutely have to get away from Snake Town. I will lose my mind if I cannot escape Snake Town this week. All right, we got it. Welcome in, Dum Drum. How's it going? Rambo, the Force of Freedom for G.I. Joe, Real American Hero. All I wanted was something to eat. The novelist who wrote First Blood never imagined this violent novel being turned into a slapstick adventure cartoon for kids. I believe Rambo offs himself in the end of the original novel, and that the ending was changed after the movie gained popularity and wanted sequels. I don't think anybody who wrote about while it was recent in American history or lived through not just that war, the Vietnam War, but any war, imagined that those conflicts would become mass media entertainment to the extent that they are now, even were then, but are even more now, right? And I often wonder how people who served during those conflicts, like, what is their feeling on, you know, that conflict now being like an entertainment source of entertainment for people? It's very strange, because although Rambo doesn't necessarily take place within the Vietnam conflict, although the second one, he does go back to Vietnam, right? But it's the first one, First Blood specifically, is, you know, a Vietnam vet returning to a country that just doesn't want him around. So prime was an indication they got PTSD. Yeah, I mean, that's very common. That's very common in the combat situations. And when, you know, it was a long time where they just weren't, that wasn't really recognized. I think with Vietnam, there was a collective American trauma we needed to work through in the late 80s. I think it's also, a lot of it was like Cold War era patriotism, right? It was a lot of like, we need something that shows kids how to fight the communists, which then in the later 80s shifted to, why can't we just be friends with the Russians? So my cousin got PTSD. One of them was a half an inch away from being sniped, had a hole in his helmet. Yeah, you don't come out of conflicts like that unscathed, even if it's not like physically. Those things take a toll. But it is funny to think about with Rambo specifically, that like, while they turn that in, but you know, RoboCop had a cartoon too, and RoboCop is like an insanely violent movie, and then they're like, what if we made children's toys out of it? Multiple TV shows, multiple movies, propaganda too. G.I. Joe, yeah. G.I. Joe, as fun and entertainment as it is one of their more egregious ones, where you have like armed military conflict where nobody ever dies. Toxic Avenger. Man, the Toxic Avenger toys kicked ass. I agree, that was a really weird sell to turn that into a cartoon. That cartoon was weird as hell. I loved it. I love those action figures. These were like the things you got with these figures, right? The Toxic Crusaders. Yep, exactly, Dum Drum. I remember getting those. So like, there was the guy, the pilot, who his power was sneezing. And you could take the top of his head off and pour slime in his head, and it would drip out of his nose. The villain, who breathes smoke, you could put talcum powder. This is probably terrible for your lungs. You could put talcum powder in his backpack, and it was like a little air bladder you'd squeeze, and he puffed smoke out. They were so cool. But what a weird thing to market. Dr. Kill 'Em Off. Yeah, what a name. Samurai Jack got around that by having the minions be robots. Yeah, same when the Ninja Turtles came out. Swamp Thing cartoon was in the Swamp Thing cartoon too, is like following like two movies, a TV show. I don't know if the TV show came before or after the cartoon. Swamp Thing action figures were also awesome. right? And that's one time where I don't mind that 90% of the toys in that line are the one main character. Because it's not like Batman, where Batman has like 7 different colored suits and an array of dumb backpacks, right? Also, I love this cave music. It's dramatic for no apparent reason. But like Swamp Thing had all these different forms, and so there was like a color change Swamp Thing that was like very tree-like, and there was a Swamp Thing that like fell to pieces that was like the chopped up Swamp Thing. Like, they were all so cool. Swamp Thing cartoon was 5 episodes only. I don't, did the Swamp Thing cartoon, did it actually like run on TV? Because it struck me as like the kind of thing that got produced, nobody picked it up, and they just put the toys out with VHS. Whoo, we got some new music. This is nice. I think it did run on TV. It's just so, it's so strange that a station, like any station, picked it up for 5 episodes. I mean, I guess like the first season of Ninja Turtles is only, I don't know how many episodes. It's short because it was like a miniseries thing. Late toy themed cartoon area, a couple were only on VHS. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of stuff where like they put all the work in and deals fell through. Nobody ran the stuff, so they're like, we gotta move these toys. Put it on the VHS. What is that? Oh God, no! No, please. This ape is gonna wail on me. Oh Jesus! Can I escape the ape? No, I can't escape the ape. I have to eat. I won't survive this. I can almost guarantee it. I'm just going to be out money here. I wanted to at least make it to the town, but this is exactly what I was afraid of. This ape is viciously assailing me here. I'm not going to survive another blow. Where do I hit this ape? I can't get a good hit in here. It was every single attack that ape did was double digits. Oh, this is new. We're in a new point of new town here. I probably can't talk through that, can I? Nope. Hello. $40. Oh, I gotta do some fishing. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in trouble here. I bled through all my money. I ate all of that food to get here. But it put us in this town. The villagers dragged our mangled body away. We're just getting wrecked by these apes. I knew it. I knew it. I called it. I said it. I didn't listen to my own advice. I knew the second we walked into this place, we were just gonna get ripped to pieces. Fish gather at the river stakes. Okay. So we gotta go to the stakes there. What do we got here? Just an empty house? Okay. Mysterious? Mysterious? Alright, how expensive is your crap here? What do you got in town? Peppermint Rose, Bitsy Bears, Dixie Diner, Legend of the Hawaiian Slammers. Yeah. Battletoads. Oh, Battletoads had like the game. The rest of that stuff, I don't know. Star Fairies. The stupid orange bobcat who I wish was dead. You gotta let it go. Grass looks like the Pokemon Silver GBA grass. Kinda. Hammer, $700. $70 for a potato, folks. That's where I'm at now for healing. $70 for a potato. It does. There has to be some kind of crop. All right, let's get our password here. I can't let it go. He can't hurt you. Bubsy's, his time has come and gone. We can be free of him. All right, let's see. All right. I don't know if I ever found any other maggots or e-worms. This is touchy here. Let's see what we get in this turf. These look like small fish here. Straight from Idaho. They're flown in on some sort of primitive hot air balloon. Try bringing him back makes me want exact revenge and tire for bringing him back. I mean, Atari's got problems enough as it is, you know. They're Atari in name only. Who knows what's going on with them anymore? Just a clearinghouse for old IPs no one cares about. I'm sure they got some other stuff too. Brought him with Matthew Perry. Tomayo, these are wimpy fish. We'll try it. We're trying e-worm here, just to see. I have to make a lot of money now. I need $700. Oh, this is gonna suck. This guy's gonna get away. We're right. Oh, come on. Inching a little bit closer. Come on. Come on, big boy. Come on. No, don't leave. No. Damn you. Get in my bin. I'm getting raided. Cassidy. Thank you for the raid, Kaz. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to what has become a nightmare. I've escaped hell. Now I'm in 8 madness. And these fish. Oh! You damn loach. That loach did a lot of damage too. Oh, this is bad. I've definitely exceeded my ability to catch these things here. Welcome, raiders. How's it going? Thank you for the raid, Kaz. How you been? Get my Kaz button here. And my Kaz button don't work. So let me get my shout out here. How was your stream, Kaz? Battle Block? Oh, that was Battle Block that you were playing today. That's right. Battle Block is Battle Block. Well, hopefully it was fun. I hope you had a good time streaming today. Put up the Kaz. It was for certain a behemoth game. Well, you're just in time to see my horrific demise. I was previously trapped in the earlier area where I was desperately trying to level up to be able to survive the numerous snake attacks. But I had a concern that if I couldn't reliably bare knuckle my way through those snakes, whatever I would find on the other end of the cave would just be way worse. And I took 2 steps out of the cave and got jumped by a monkey. Sorry, an ape, to be specific to what the game calls it. And it promptly bludgeoned me to death, and now I'm trapped here. And I need to get some fishing in. Or to make back some semblance of money. And the big fish I was trying to catch just stole my bait. So I'm stuck on the littlest fish. So in order to survive now, I'm going to have to catch the tiniest, most worthless fish over and over again. until I've made up enough money to buy the next set of stuff. Which apparently is a hammer. It's just generally the game. General RPG stuff. Right, you're gated both by your ability to survive enemies, which is a function of your level, and by how much money you have to spend on whatever oddball item they sell in town that you need somehow. The last town, I needed fireworks so that I could throw them at a mysterious tree that would transform back into a raccoon and run away. I don't think it was supposed to be a raccoon. It's a tanuki is usually who's doing that sort of deal. Wait, that's it? Man, these fish ain't biting at all either. Oh, that's a nightmare. All right, what do I got here? We're still in maggot turf. Only here? No, they're not biting either. Okay. Oh, God. I'm never gonna escape this thing. There ain't no way I can fight it. I'll try one attack. All right, how many punches is it gonna take to take this monkey out? Wow, now this monkey's not really hurting me at all, which is very generous. Sorry, ape. Is it an ape or is it a monkey? This looks like a monkey to me. This does not look like an ape. I can't believe we defeated the ape. I thought for sure I was done for. This is in Lion King position. I think he's ready to throw me off a cliff, 100%. I will be surprised if I get more than like 50 bucks here. $30. See, not even 50. That's not even enough to recover at the hotel here. So this is going to be my life for a while. I have no food. I can't afford their $70 potatoes. Not on my income. I have just enough money to stay at the inn. What does this look like? Are they biting here? They want caviar here. Okay. This is really going to bleed me out. You can't just find caviar lying around on the ground, is what I found. Gotta get it in just the right spot so these fish will actually bite. Who's biting here? Come on, fishy. I need to catch some fish before I get shockmed again. Son of a... He stole my caviar. Damn it. Come on. These fish are very, very tricky here. Oh my god, it broke the line immediately. Herabuna! Oh, this is bad news. My hooks are all going away. Okay, first I need to see if I can find any bugs here. And I'm willing to bet that I cannot. There will probably not be like a single bug here that I can find with my tool. Certainly no caviar just lying around. I thought that I found a maggot before in the graveyard, but I'm not in the graveyard now. Give me some bugs. Yeah, there's no bugs around here. All right. I need to stay. This is going to be $40. Oh boy, this is going to be bad. So the problem I have here is if I can't catch enough fish from that little group up here to pay for more than just the hotel, right? I'm going to be in real trouble. And I don't want to use anything. I don't want to have to use more bait. I don't have to lose it because I'm going to run out. But these fish are like incredibly tiny here. And I can only catch like 4 or 5 of them. Let's count. Let's see how many I can catch. That was 1. Before the spot dries out completely. Got a little fight in ya. Got a little fight in ya here. That's 2. 2 fishies. This will be 3 if I can reel it in. They're all on the absolute smallest scale, anything 10 centimeters and below. And then that's it. Oh my God. At least I do good damage to it. Oh no. Right in the face. Right in the face. Not the good one. Oh boy. I cannot survive protracted combat with these apes. Please die. Please die. Oh my gosh. All right, so I was only able to get 3 fish before that spot dried up. And it costs $40 to sleep at the inn, which you have to do to get the spot opened up again. And I'm only making $30 on that, which isn't even enough to stay at the inn. So it's not enough to recover that spot. If I go to the next spot, they want different kinds of bugs. I think I need to go back. Oh, geez, no. I have to go back to Snake Town. That's my only option here. Because that was the last area where everything was like bugs or red bugs, which I can just pick up off the ground. If I could pick them up off the ground, then I can make them back. It was cheaper to stay there. The food was $20 less. I could actually catch some stuff. I was in too much of a rush to leave Snake Hell. Why is this so dramatic it blows my mind every time. We're traveling through like the final dungeon of like an early Final Fantasy where you're in space or the Chaos Realm or the Caves of Chaos or whatever, right? It was just a fishing game. We're just fishing and fighting animals. And it puts us through this. Like, oh yeah, just it's fine. And nothing happens in the caves. I've never been attacked by anything. I've never found anything. It's just empty space we're running through, but it sounds like hell. It's a good jam, though. It's hypnotic. If I stay here long enough, will something come for me? So I got to go back to the last area. I'm going to go back to the last area and do fishing and try to survive the snakes. I'll probably may or may not go up another couple levels while I'm doing it. But I was pulling in with a full basket of 20 fish. I was able to pull in a couple hundred, like 200, and it only cost 30 to stay at the end. If I made that, I only have to do that a couple times to get the 700 I need for the hammer, whatever I need the hammer for. Fantasy RPG boss music. Yeah, this is like high tension suspense music. We're just walking through an empty space. We're just in the fishing village back rooms. It's even got the color of the back rooms. This is just early fishing village, pre-mall structure back rooms. This is where they built the mall that became the back rooms. This is the primitive, natural form of it, carved from the yellow rock itself. Would be my assessment. It's so fresh and new that there's not even anything in it. Nothing has become trapped. It's like a brand new mousetrap with no bait on it. Hasn't been set yet, but soon it will fill with the carcasses of anything that wanders in. It's probably not a good assessment. You can't really fill up a mousetrap with carcasses. Like, it gets one, right? If that. It's like more of them aren't going to pile on there. Unless you get one of those that traps them. Even though they usually only have room for one. I don't know. I'm going to take a quick break. I will return and we will... I hate to say it. We will go back to the relaxing, soothing land of snake murder and try to outfish that river to the tune of several $100s. I need $700 for a hammer. And I'll need more than that to survive the inn. I'll have to buy some food, but that's only like a couple rounds of the fishing. If we make enough to come ahead like 200 each time, that's only like 4 times. Even if it gives us a little bit of overhead too. So like 4 or 5 runs, fill up the basket with 20 fish. I think we'll be in good shape. I think we'll in the interim, just battling through that, I think we'll probably be pretty good. So I will return shortly and we'll see how far we can get today on Kawa no Nushi Tsuri. Stay tuned. Oh no, we're trapped in a loop. I hit like 7 buttons at the same time. trying to turn this on. It was going all over the place there. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. was just having some fun there. All right. We're going back to the Snake Town. I have decided it's just time to grind. It's just time to grind. I'm not coming back until I have at least $1,000 in my pocket. All right, what do you like here? What do you like? You like bugs? This is stickleback turf. Nope, I didn't actually put it on there. I don't know if the sticklebacks were that pricey, but we're just gonna make our way back. We're gonna outfish this spot. We're gonna move on to the next one. But it's just time to kick back and grind with some nice, relaxing fishing and snake combat. Hopefully we can dodge the eagle, because the eagle still rocks my world. So we could get some nice juicy perch out of this area too, potentially. If you'd stop being a jerk. There we go. 11 centimeter perch. It only says good job now and then. I hadn't really noticed before because I don't get a good job very often. God damn it, it stole my bug. I'll get him. I'll get him. The bugs are fine because I can always find more bugs. Bugs and red bugs I can always recover quickly and easily. We're gonna fish until I have it's gonna take more money than that because I want my food filled up pretty high. The $70 potatoes may be better. So maybe I will just maybe I'll forego the $50 ramen here and just get. Well, I would need how much can I carry? I don't know if I can carry 10 food. It might be 10. That would be another 500 in this spot, another 700 in the next town to fill it up with potatoes. So maybe I will not get a full 10 ramen, but I want a decent chunk of food on my person, and I want at least $1,000 in my pocket before I walk into the next section, because I'm gonna have to spend 700 immediately on that hammer. I don't know what I need the hammer for, but I know from my years of experience, when they put something like that in the shop, not just in this game specifically, but games like this in general, if it's in the shop, you probably are going to need it at some point. You probably need to buy it. That's not a universal truth, but it's damn near universal. You walk in a shop and they got some weird, random, expensive item in an RPG. You're meant to buy it. Although sometimes some game makers will throw that in there just to twist the knife a little bit. And they'll scam you, right? They'll put something in there that is very expensive. Although that usually has its own signs. If it's something that is unusually expensive, sometimes they'll even make a comment about it. Like, are you sure you want to buy this? It's very expensive. It's one of a kind. You should totally buy it. It ends up being a scam because you can get it cheaper through some side quest or find it out there. But many times they'll have something that is not like insanely priced and it's just some oddball item. You don't need to talk to somebody to find out you need to buy it. You just know you're going to need it. And then someone will explain later why you need it. Or you'll just randomly use it somewhere and it will become clear naturally on its own. Stickleback. Filling up on all the tiny fish here, but that's fine. We won't fill our bin just off of this joint. We got a couple perch in there too. Still good. So yeah, I want to be able to buy that hammer and have some cash in hand. Otherwise, I should probably go for more than 1,000. We'll see how I feel when I've racked up $1,000. Because I mean, I could just stay here with these fishing spots that have like infinitely renewable bait. I could just stay here forever, maxing out the money. And really, that's not so bad. My sister is dying back in my hometown. It needs, for mysterious reasons, a giant fish at the end of the river. But if she hasn't died by now, what's like a couple dozen more days, you know? She might lose her legs. She may never walk again. I don't know. I don't know the nature of her illness. What kind of lasting effects there will be in delaying the medical treatment in order to rack up financial security. But wouldn't it be better if I came home exceedingly wealthy and also have the cure fish, right? I could take that money and move us away from a village where all problems are solved by fish. Speaking of losing legs, my sister-in-law has been drinking vanilla latte for years, at least 2 a day. Now she's got diabetes. Oh no. Is it the kind of diabetes that you can like tone down and recover from through taking certain dietary actions? I mean, you don't have to lose your limbs when you're diabetic. I'll say this. A lot of people probably have diabetes without realizing they have diabetes. Oh, this spot's dried up. At least in the US for sure. Because our foodstuffs are kind of on the crap side here. Give him sugar. Came over here with the Starbucks fruity drink. Giving up sugar can be really tough. Like, especially if you... Oh, we found a hook. That's good, because I'm going to need more hooks. Especially if you have a real sweet tooth. And you try, and you'll find a lot of stuff that's like, this is better than that. Like, it's sweet, but not because of sugar. And then you actually look into it, and it's like, no, actually, it's because of sugar. It's just a different kind of sugar. There we go. There's the money shot right in the belly. Right in the midsection. That's where they're the weakest. Should I, because she washed her sugar more? Oh, my mom, I missed the first part. Mom didn't know she was diabetic. She was shocked when we find out. Yeah, it's something that I'm a little worried when I take my dad to the doctor and the doctor asks him if he's diabetic. And we both look at him and like, I don't know, doc, you tell me. Like, but they've done all the blood tests and like, he's like right on the edge of being like what they would call pre-diabetic. But his diet is such that like would be kind of surprised. I don't think I can fish from here. I gotta be down there. Is this the lobster spot? I don't remember if this is the I think that's perch is what I was catching there. Eel! Doesn't matter where I hit him now. He's done. He's done for. You're done, eel. Oh, I was wrong. Never mind. My hubris! I thought for sure I could wail on this thing. Boop, boop. Yeah, it's tough. And then there's a lot of stuff that, like, it's not sugar, but contributes harmfully to that. Is this the lobster spot? Let's pop down here. Let's just hub our way down here. It's only 2 hit points. Oh, God. Right into the den of the snakes. Right into the serpent den. We go. need to slay the snake. We should be able to do it. We should have enough money on hand as is from the fish that we can afford to claw our way back up here. So it's not totally dire yet, but getting attacked by a snake is definitely never ideal here. Dang it. I jumped the gun. You can't do that. You can't mess with these snakes, man. You can't mess around with these guys. We're fighting all the snakes that killed us before. We're fighting all the animals that destroyed us before. I could lose 1 HP doing that, or I could take the long way around. I'll just lose that. All right. Let's see what we catch here in the red bug. Oh, it's the rice fish. Also not great fishing. I'm just gonna stick here because I'm close to the end. I'm close to death. These are small fish. This won't be a big payout. We'll see if we can survive to the next section to maybe catch some bigger stuff. There aren't enough areas here where we can get like at least like one size up of the fish that we're not gonna make like huge payouts. We're not gonna catch real monster fish on this part of the river. And if we're limited to just what is right outside the town, it's all tiny fish. But it's relatively safe and it uses renewable bait, so it will just take longer. It'll just be the grind we all came for. And really, is fishing that much of a grind? I've been playing this. This is what, like the 3rd or 4th stream of this. I'm still not tired of the fishing. The combat is one thing, but the fishing is just fun enough. It hasn't worn me down yet. Good going on this 2-centimeter fish. The bin is full. Okay. It's fine if we die now. I'd rather not, but it's fine if we have to. If we have to get destroyed by this eel, I'll deal with it. Yeah, our health is so low, we're not doing any measurable damage, so that's fine. This should send us back to this town, which is what I wanted. All right, let's sell our fish. Let's look for bugs first and foremost, right? 2 bugs found. We're back up to full. Let's go get our red bug right here. This should give us our red bug. Red bug found. I need at least $30. $220. And that is like mostly wimpy fish that got us $220. So now I need to spend some of that. Luckily, we already had $10, so it's going to keep us at the $200 mark. I just have to make sure to not dip below that, and then we'll be fine. We'll start here just just in case of this exact issue here. Just in case we get jumped by a snake and get chewed to pieces before we can make it to the better fishing spot. I think 1 more hit, maybe 2 more will do it. 2 more then. See, it doesn't do as much damage per hit, which is the only way I'm surviving this, but it still wears me down. Oh, we leveled up! It's fine. Everything's coming up fine. Good. This is a red bug. These things were tiny, but we also catch some stuff that gets experience here. So it works out either way. It's either these weaselly little things or a lizard. It's a Morocco. 5 centimeters. Remember, anything under 10 centimeters is the lowest price point, so until it cracks 10, it really doesn't matter how big or small it is. We want it to roll around the top, I think. There's like always the certain spot that you want your hook to drag into. That's where the fish are really biting. Which is the spot just below that grass to the left. The water looks a little bit different. That's where the fish bite once it gets in there. And this right here, these guys are fine. This catches quick. We'll make it to the next one up. Get some golden carp. They're usually 10 centimeters or more, I want to say. Get in my bin. Yeah, this game is really fun. It's extremely simple in its premise, in the actions you take, in the story that it lays out, or the objectives you have. It's pretty straightforward. I quite enjoy it. I've been having a lot of fun. Hopefully it's fun to watch, but I've been having a lot of fun playing this. This was something that I just kind of randomly stumbled on, and I'm glad that I came back to it after sampling it before. I'm glad that playing through the whole thing, because it's been a very funny adventure of getting murdered by random animals and desperately fighting for my life here with the fish. See, the fishing is really good compared to the next section. The fishing is really good in this spot. This is probably like the highest yield per fishing spot of any of the locations I fished at yet. So we got, out of that, we got 8 fish from this one spot. And compared to the next spot that also had really small, mostly worthless fish. And we're able to catch 3 of them before the spot dried up. And it was like 2 spots right next to each other as well that just made it worse. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna use the bin. I know it hurts me, but it's only one HP there. Just enough to get it. This is where I want to fish here. And we're still on red bug. This was golden carp. The fishing was good. One HP to cross isn't bad. No, one HP when you're above 30 is okay. 1 HP when you're 10 or below, well, you're gonna die anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So either way, like, it's fine to pay that. But you definitely can't just, like, circumvent all of the random encounters by rolling up the river in that tub. It'd be very funny if we got our HP high enough where I just, like, tanked the pain to ride up the river to not have to fight a snake. It just doesn't make sense, because by that point, you're gonna be defeating the snake so quick that, you know, it's better off just to fight every animal you run across. If I had 100 HP, like, the snakes would not be an issue. In theory. And I would definitely need more than 100 HP to get through. There's more than 100 tiles I'd have to use to get up this section. Oh, he stole my bug. I kind of want to try to get one of the bigger fish around here too. Now I've gone up a couple levels and I have a new rod to see if I can score one of those. They might be very big. They might not be that much bigger. They might just be a real tough fish. I don't remember what section that is. We'll take a look. We'll take a look to the one that's right to the right of us. I think I wanted to use an earthworm. And we'll see. I'm still upset that it got away. Keep her head clean. It smells fishy. I hope nobody does. It's just for my fish here. It's just for me to use. Other people can look at my carbon rod with jealousy, but they're not the ones who went out and caught that stickleback for it, so. But you definitely don't want it to smell like the fish, because I imagine that will spook the other fish from biting on your line. Possibly. I don't know. It may attract them more. Fish are strange and mysterious. Nobody really understands them. Oh, people say they do. They don't. They're lying. Nobody knows fish. Nobody knows what goes through the minds of fish. Nobody. All right, just these guys again. But there are also something that bites off of bugs here. Let's see what that is. I think the Funa was further up because it definitely wanted like the. Am I mistaken? No, it definitely was not biting. That's usually what they do when like it's the wrong bait. All right, what's the length on this fella? This is our heart-shaped chub. 15 centimeter chub. It's still not high enough to go to the third category, but it's still good. It's still very good. Don't ever let anyone tell you that 15 centimeters isn't a good length for the chub. That's a fine length for a chub. Well, see, I would like to say it's not the size of the chub, but here explicitly it is only the size. It is only the length. Nothing else matters to the people who are buying these chubs. They're only concerned with the length. I personally think that's a mistake on their part, and they should be more concerned with the weight. But I guess they have their reasons. They must be using the fish to make like rope or something. That's the only explanation I can offer for why they're only concerned with the length. That like they make fish jerky and sell it by the foot, and like so the weight doesn't matter. Oh, you bug stealing bastards. I mean, if you're trying to use fish as a construction method to make tubs, right? You definitely want longer fish. Because it's a lot easier to form a more solid shape with a few long pieces than a bunch of little pieces. Now that 9 centimeters is not great for a chub. I won't lie. 9 centimeters puts it in the cheap category. You want 10 centimeters or above. You definitely are hoping for at least an 11 centimeter chub. But we'll take what we can get. It all sells the same in the end. Only got a few more spots in the bin. I would like it if I could make at least 230 per run here. Because that would mean I'm coming away with 200 profit every time. How's our bin? Bin is full. Okay. Back to town we go. I don't think it's worth it in my mind. It's not worth it to pay for the bigger bin at this point. All right, it's such an investment, and dang it, couldn't get that belly shot. It's just very expensive to upgrade the bin, and if most of the spots have a lower number of catches, especially going further in, it just doesn't make sense. You're gonna have to go back and sleep before you fill it usually. In this section, like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong because they're biting very well here. We're getting like 8 fish, you know, out of each of these spots. So I may be completely wrong on that. It may totally be worth it. Now that we can more reliably survive the attacks of the random animals that come after us, it might be more worthwhile to stick around longer. I just couldn't find a single good hit on this thing. Just keep whacking it randomly. It's fine. We're very close to town anyway. And we have to sleep at the end to bring the fishing spots back, so it doesn't really matter. There's literally no penalty for death at this point. Death is actually like faster. Since we have to sleep at the inn, no matter what, it actually would be quicker if we just got killed rather than walking all the way back, which is kind of funny to me. All right. What am I bid for these fish? What do we got today? $270. That is very good. That leaves us with enough money after staying in the inn to cover one more inn stay. So that gives us some more leeway for the next one. Excellent. Card games on motorcycles. It's like random out of nowhere there. All right. Back we go. It does occur to me that I could save the spot for more and bigger fish, but I am fine. This isn't a bug spot. This is a red bug spot. I am totally fine with just going what we're doing now. I still do want to try and catch one of the bigger fish, but my standard is if I can make 230. If I get 230 before we have to go back to town, then we're ahead of the game. I'll only have to do this 6 more times to get where I want to get at $1,000. I will do it more because I want to buy food too. But every a run of 200 will also buy us 4 ramen. So that's really only like 1 or 2 more runs past 1,000 to get a good stock of food to keep us going. This is not ideal, but levels are still fine. It's just we're not making any money off these grass lizards. But you know what? At the end of the day, the less fish I catch here, like I'm only catching fish here out of fear of dying before I make it to the next spot. The less I catch here, that's just more spots in the bin for bigger fish. So it all works out. It all works out. Ba-da-da-dun-da-dun. So, assuming those lizards count towards catches, at this point we're down to just 6 here, which is totally cool. Because these are small fish anyway. These are small fries. But I like this spot a lot because these fish are rather easy. They bite pretty quickly. They reel in very quickly. So it's just some nice quick cash here. And if this is the only spot I can fish at, I would usually rake in enough to stay at the inn and have some profit. It's slower, but I don't think I'll have to do that now, though. I think we've done well enough, right? I think we're doing well enough on level-wise that we can survive far enough to like not have to just sit here and farm this. So it's progress. Even though I'm still in the old Snake Town, we've made definite huge leaps this time. We defeated the mystery raccoon. I still say it's a tanuki. There is a difference. We found our way out to the next mystery cave. And from the looks of it, it looks like the land just kind of stops. So we may be like very close to the end of our journey. But we'll absolutely have to like level more. Although I don't have master hooks yet. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to need those for the River King. So there must still be one more section. But I would prefer not to have to spend too much time in the next section. Just because the fishing there sucks. And I don't like the fishing in the next section because everything wants the bait that I can't easily recover. So it's less than ideal. What do you got? 2 hit points left? Get out of here. Boop, boop. Oh, the goat. Goats are still a problem. And now it's not a good one. Goats and eagles are really rough. I keep going for the headshot because that usually does the trick, but the goat's biggest weakness is getting karate chopped on the side of the neck. And of course it's just not going there. I'm getting patient. It's gonna get me killed. Give him a little chop. Oh. This is why you need to have some extra for stuff like this. Wow, that goat just would not quit. It's so funny to me. It's so messed up. Goats didn't used to be so much of an issue. We were pretty reliably fighting goats. And now suddenly I can't knock the goat out. But the snakes are okay. I feel like we've been lied to. $50. So this is still fine. It's not great. That's a wasted run. But we still came out ahead $20, right? So we're still moving forward. They bulked up. Yeah. There's just like, there's the 3 kinds of RNG here. There's the encounter RNG, technically that's two kinds, when you encounter and what you encounter. And then there's the, apparently it seems like some RNG and how much damage they do. You might face one that does minimum damage, you might face one that does a lot of damage. Probably because they're hitting, basically like, have a chance of hitting a soft spot on you and doing more damage per hit. But when you're fighting them, like the RNG is where does the target go? Because there's so many times where the target just never moves to their weak spot. And so you're forced to like just constantly settle for like a lesser hit location because it just never moves to a good spot. Which becomes a real big problem with stuff that has a lot of HP. And I think it's where the combat starts to fall apart in this, because even if they're doing, like the snake is doing minimum damage, it's whittling me down. And the only way for me to finish it faster is if I get a lot of hits targeting the head. But if it never rolls in there, then I wasn't quick enough. I can't get that shot, so I'm forced to take these side hits that will defeat it, but ultimately, like, that just cost me, 12 hit points straight out the gates. I think the RNG changes if you visit advanced towns. I don't think so, because the snakes haven't been any tougher since I came back. The goats have been, but I think that may have just been that I was getting really lucky before with hit locations, and I'm just not now. But also, I really feel like the amount of damage you dish out is calculated relative to your current hit points. Right? So if my current hit points are low, I'm more guaranteed to lose the fight because I just can't do enough damage. And goats I faced before, I was usually had a higher hit point total because it'd be like the first or second animal I run across. But like one or two snake hits and like it takes my damage way down. But it could be wrong. I really don't know the internal mechanics of the game, nor have I seen a lot written up about it, at least not this version. It doesn't seem like there's a huge interest in a deep dive to analyze the code for the first River King game to find out exactly how combat stats are calculated. I would be very interested in seeing that, because right now it's just based on like loose observations. Which it does track if the combat just keeps getting more difficult even when you have higher levels. The tougher animals are the animals that have fewer weak spots, or that their weak spots more rarely come up. It's like a chance of critical, right? Like weak enemies have a high chance of scoring critical hits against them, which ends the combat faster. Stronger enemies, like your crit chance is much lower. Which I think is really how you ought to think about the weak spots on the animal. Every animal has got a spot that will do quite a bit more damage if you can hit them there. But I think that you'll drive yourself crazy if you go into it thinking that that's the only thing you should hit. Because oftentimes it just doesn't come up. And you may miss other, like, you might miss a good option and be forced to take a bad option because you were waiting for a great option. But it lends a certain gamble to every fight then. Do you wait? Do you strike as soon as you've got like a good hit, or do you wait for a great hit, knowing that the movement speeds up the longer it goes, and eventually even if you do get a great hit there, you probably won't hit the button in time. I'm sure someone better at math could crank the numbers out and be like, actually, your highest probability is just to do this. In my mind, you're better off just to take whatever hit you can get, as long as it does decent damage. Cobra Kai, strike first. Mr. Miyagi, strike last. Yeah. you just want to outpace their damage. I mean, that's pretty like it's a fairly meaningless statement because isn't that just how all RPG combat is? You want to do more damage to them than they do to you, but if your attack power is directly tied to your current hit points, then it becomes more than a matter of survival to keep your health high and get them knocked out as soon as possible. So like their weak spot is like the front of the head. But if I just wait for that, like, I'll end up missing these other spots, which are not doing like 10, 15, 20 damage, but they're doing a decent amount. So it did 15 damage to its head with one headshot versus like 7 to the side. But 2 side shots is fine, and if it's only doing like 1 or 2 points of damage, you can afford it. It just gets harder to do the more damage they can do per attack. But already I can see from the little bit of points that I've done, like my damage output is going lower. I could do more if I had more. So even though like they're in aggregate, their attacks haven't been doing that much damage to me. Like individually, they're not doing that much, but added up, now I'm 22 points down versus when I started. Oh, the snake. I could see that and see my damage dealt 3. I was doing like 9 points in that same section before, so the snake is likely to kill me. It's such bad news. It's a mechanic I don't particularly like, just how it seems, because I've gone up so many levels fighting these snakes. And now, like, if I fight a snake first, I can probably fight it and kill it. But then like 3 more fights and my hit points have been whittled down enough that it's a lot harder to get through it. So now, now the painful truth of this is that my ability to profit enough off of this to get out of here in a timely fashion is 100% based on whether or not I encounter a snake or a goat on the way. It's entirely based on the enemy encounters. Because I feel like I'm getting really diminishing returns per level up for anything but that single hit point. Versus like earlier in the game where like a couple levels was like, now these rabbits ain't nothing. But it's gonna matter like later in the game because I already know I'm gonna have to walk through all of this again to go back home. And so if there's something in any of these sections that could potentially like kill me and keep me trapped somewhere, like I better get tough enough now. It's a situation that I'm really struggling against the urge to race forward. You don't want to speed run through it. You want to grind up. You want to be able to reliably beat them. Otherwise, you're just stuck like winging it and hoping. Unless you know how to do RNG manipulation, and I don't know enough about the RNG in this to like, okay, we'll stop now. We'll move like this. Like follow this pattern. Things won't hit you. But the RNG in this is not great. A newer game will typically handle it better, and some of that's just like the earliness of the programming. They didn't quite have it sorted out. Random numbers on the NES are not super duper random anyway. And you can see that by encountering multiples of the same enemy over and over again. Because a lot of times with bad random number generation, you'll end up getting the same result several times in a row. versus multiple different, more randomized results. Similarly, one of those results is, you know, pick a number between 1 and 10. And if the number is, you know, 8, 9, or 10, you'll encounter a monster, right? So it randomly picks a number and falls on 8. And then the next time you take a step, it falls on 8 again. And that's how you get that stuff where, like, you end a fight and take one step and are immediately fighting the exact same thing. Because either the RNG is getting stuck on a number, or they're not clearing it out fast enough so that the variable is still stored as 8 and hasn't been refreshed or re-rolled yet, and it's still considered 8 because you walked too quickly, which is kind of, that's all the stuff that's like minor kind of programming flow issues that can really add up to like a hassle of a game. And it's not quite that bad. It's not so bad that I'm like, boy, I don't want to play this anymore. I'll say that, you know, but it's bad enough that it's like, it's noticeable, right? Is this the dark chub spot? I think Redbug was the weaker stuff. I think these are the dark chubs, I think. Yep. And so like I made it this far, but you can see like, how did I make it this far in the past 2 runs? Like I couldn't get out away from the village. Well, because like I get jumped by a goat, I get jumped by like 2 eels, a couple snakes, or I get attacked by nothing. Very random. Oh, I'm just surprised that I can't dispatch those creatures more readily. Because I'd have to go back and look, but like, I want to say it's close to like 10 levels I've gone up since I've been here. And I'm still, I could still get killed by these snakes. It just makes me wonder, like, how many hit points do I have to get to where I'm just breezing through these things? In some ways, that's good. Like, I don't know. There's a balance to be struck there with these types of games. You don't want, like, one thing I don't like in games is when enemies, like all enemies, scale with your level, right? Because unless there's something else going on that sets it apart, or some other reason where you need the levels, it makes leveling worthless, right? If your level takes you up a notch in the power level, but like everything else goes up the same amount, then it makes leveling pointless. Then there's no point to level at all if you're never actually getting more powerful. The numbers get bigger, but they get bigger on both sides, you know? I have 10 hit points. They have 10 hit points. I do 2 damage per hit. They do 1 damage per hit, right? And then you just double that. But all those numbers just double. And it's like, well, it was pointless. I should have just stayed home and in bed if that's how it's going to be. And sometimes, like, you'll mix that up where, like, they scale, but it's not like a 1-to-1. It's like 80%. So you go up a level and they essentially go up the equivalent of, like, 0.8 level. Or less, but like again, it's like, why do it that way? You know, it makes the numbers look bigger, but like you're not actually getting measurably better. I think there's better ways to do that, and I think it just frustrates a lot of players if things scale up too closely like that. But the flip side, the complete opposite of that is if you make your advancement too fast. Like I went up 1 level and my damage went up 100 points. It went from like 10 to 110, like instantly. So things that were like a real tough battle are now like 1-hit kills, and they can't possibly hurt me because my defense is too high. Like that's too fast. And then it also has a negative consequence when you couple that with say, diminishing experience rewards, which is pretty common in RPGs, that the amount of experience you get from an enemy is calculated based on your relative levels. So the higher level you are, the less experience you'll get from the same enemy. So that's another thing. Like if the numbers don't line up on that, that is something that done poorly can serve to make a game really, really grind heavy. Because it's like you know, if you go up one level and enemies are slightly easier to defeat, but still not like a complete pushover, right? It takes like 9 turns to kill them instead of 10, right? So it's barely an advancement. But then your experience rewards are cut in half. So even though like it's still difficult to fight them, you're not getting enough experience to be worth it, and you're forced to go after different enemies just to keep that up. What do they want? They want the red bug here. You know, I know I'm just kind of rambling on here, just some of the random RPG thoughts, but it is very interesting playing a lot of RPGs because you will find, particularly in the JRPG space, like math that just goes all over the place. And if you ever look at like RPG reviews on Steam or dungeon crawlers or anything like that, these are the kind of complaints you'll see and the kind of stuff that really throws players off. You have to give players a sense of advancement, and it has to be balanced so that they don't instantly feel overpowered. You don't want it to be too easy, right? But you don't want it to be a torturous slog either. I think that if my theoretical understanding of how the combat is being calculated in this game is correct, I think it's a system that only works enjoyably up to a certain point. And then you get to a point where like the numbers have scaled up too high for it to be effective. And then you're left with like that same kind of diminishing returns problem, where enemies are capable of sustaining so much damage that you can't afford to lose like any hit points, which then keeps you stuck in this loop where like you have to constantly be fishing to buy food and constantly eat this very expensive food just to keep your damage output high. And that's not really ideal, and that's not really like feasible, because you won't be able to survive enough to catch enough fish to maintain that. I mean, look at the issue we have in the next town over. The one fishing spot is only dishing out tiny fish that, but by the time the fishing hole dries up, you haven't been able to catch enough of those fish to stay at the inn for a night to recover that. Well, that's unsustainable. Like, you couldn't do that more than once. You could go for the bigger fish, and maybe my level was just too low. Because it definitely, I also, just like the combat, I don't really know how the fishing is calculated, but I feel like you can more reliably catch fish as your level goes up. So I think the fish have a relative level balance there as well. So I think some of the bigger fish up there. The problem is you can't sustain that for very long because all of the bait you have to use is non-sustainable. It's earthworms, it's caviar, it's maggots. You can't find them on the ground. So you're going to run out real quick. That's why I'm back here trying to rack up some bucks. So they're like at full health. We did 12 points of damage in that midsection. 24 damage on the front nose there. And you see now I've only done 11 damage. So I really feel like that's a combination of less than ideal spots and the damage calculation based on hit points. And that's only sustainable if the same applies to you. Like, if the damage that you do to you is relative to your level, then the answer is initially to get to a high enough level where they can't hurt you that much. But every attack, as long as they don't just miss you, right, is going to do at least 1 damage. All right, so if your damage output is low enough that it takes 10 turns to kill an enemy, you're guaranteed 10 damage. There we go. Coupled with like the randomness of the critical hit spot, it can lend itself to a bad balance where you just get nickeled and dimed by piddly little enemies that can't effectively singly kill you. And just kind of hobble your combat abilities. The other thing that I'll say is that I don't feel like the amount of experience you need to level up doesn't seem to be measurably increasing with levels, because we're still fighting like the same stuff. And getting about the same amount of experience. So the experience we get from enemies hasn't appeared to have gone down as we've gotten tougher. And the amount we need to reach the next level doesn't seem to be going up that much. So we're still leveling up at like a pretty solid pace. The pacing that we have leveled, it doesn't feel like it's slowed down at all since we started the game. $270. We are at $700. I'm not counting the 70 because we use it for this. We're at $700 out of the $1,000 mark. We're moving at a pretty good pace, slowed as usual, mostly by my chatting. Hit him in the nipple. Ferrets hate it when you slap them in the nipple. Most anything living that has a nipple is going to hate it if you slap him in the nipple. I'm just going to say that. I can't think of anything that would be happy about getting slapped in the nipple. Would you want to get slapped in the nipple? I don't think I would. In fact, I know I would not. I don't have to think about it at all. Come on, give me a good hit. I'll take the weaker hits. But yeah, like the snake fight is like a prime example of it. It's not doing, most attacks are not doing big damage, but it gets a lot of them by virtue of the fact that it has a lot of hit points. And so I fought 2 things and I'm down almost 20 hit points. Which is, you know, almost half of my hit points. Which, if that cuts my damage output, right? No, I hit the wrong button. That's like two fights and I'm already like halfway to being useless. But the snake, I keep going on and on about the snake, but it fascinates me from like an enemy design standpoint. Like, why is it giving me so much trouble? And it's, in my mind, it has a lot of hit points. It has a small weak point area that is very unlikely to come up. In an average fight with a snake, you may see it target the head once. If then, which means it's mostly like the good, not great, but the good hits, which just guarantees you're fighting it for longer until you can reliably do enough damage, even on lower health, to just kill them outright. Which like I've said before and still stand with, it just makes that part of the game, this part of the game here, just feels like a solid wall erupting out of the ground. We've been casually strolling uphill, and then we came to a cliff face. And we've attempted to climb and fallen off of that cliff and broken our bones so many times. Oh, I can't believe it got away. Jeez. I was impatient. That's all on me. But it feels increasingly, it feels less like we have ascended to the top of the cliff face and more like we've just worn a groove in by falling down it enough that the force of our body hitting the stone has slowly ground in the shape of a rough staircase that we can sort of climb up. Because that's one of the worst things that can happen unless you are like a speedrunner. It's one of the worst things that can happen in an RPG that just lets you go wherever, even if you shouldn't be there, is when you find yourself in a spot that you shouldn't be, where the enemies way outclass you and you have no hope of getting out of it. Luckily, like, all we have to do is walk back out the side of the cave, and then, like, if we die, we'll just end up back in the village of that local area. We don't even have to go stand it first, which was what I thought for a while, that we would have to stay at the village, or at least reach the village before we would respawn there. But no, it puts you in whatever village is in that screen group, I guess we'll call it, whatever's in that locale. So at least it's a little bit forgiving there. But I will say, like, for any frustration I have with the combat, it is like my malcontentedness with it, my anger at it, is immediately soothed by the knowledge that aside from the money lost, there's no real downside to dying. Like, there's no lasting punishment to it. Oh, I didn't even notice they'd stop biting. You know, we just wake up in town with 1 hit point. And even at 1 hit point, we could still just... Most towns, we can still reach a point where we can just go fish. Oh, that was a very weak point. But, like, this is, like, a, perfect example here. Eels are not typically very powerful opponents. Typically, I would kill an eel in, like, 2 to 3 hits. But because of previous fights, like, that took a little bit longer because my per hit damage has gone down. Which just gives it more chance to bring my health down more, which just makes my damage more, and it just spirals. So this snake is almost guaranteed to kill me now. I find it hard to imagine being able to survive long enough to kill this snake. For real. It's doing, like, crazy damage to me. Even, like, hitting its, like, crit spot there only did, 5 damage? So, yeah. I think it's pretty safe to say, like, it's tied to that. The two are definitely tied together. Your current hit points to your damage output. So, I can only hope that we are close to reaching the end where, like, we're encountering a lot of combat. But maybe it's just the snake enemy, because, like, those monkeys, like, dished out a decent amount of damage, but like I was able to kill them. You know, so it just makes the snake stand out like even more. We didn't quite make 800 because I gotta sleep here. So there's 780. However, you know, I keep getting interrupted by murder beasts, so. Bum, 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 bum. So we'll see. I'll probably keep going long enough to get my cash flow up and then move up to the next town tonight. So we're gonna be back. Is this? No, the Dragon Quest was pretty long. Dragon Quest went into the double digits, didn't it? I gotta look up where. I'll look up on my channel here, like what the breakdown has been of this. I haven't like kept track like mentally, like, okay, it took this many episodes to get through this game. So Dragon Warrior, and I think this is fairly comparable to Dragon Warrior. This came out, I want to say after, this had to have come out after Dragon Warrior. What's the years on this? Like, there's no way this came out before. This is 1990. The first Dragon Quest was 86. So this is 4 years after. So this is the reason I bring that up is this game I could put at a comparable length to Dragon Warrior. I think it's a fair comparison. And Dragon Warrior was 9 episodes, averaging between 3 hours to 4. Most of them were not much longer than 4. So I would say about 3.5 hours per episode. Highlight was 3. Highlight would have been 2, but the first highlight, I think my internet connection crapped out and I had to quit after 2 hours. So, because the first one and the last one are like 2 hours each. So the stream thought, why is he still dreaming? It's been hours. Realized perception of time is in the abyss. Well, it has been almost 4 hours now. I usually try to go for at least 4 hours on the Sunday grind to get a good amount of grinding in. So it has been some hours. I may go a little bit longer today because I have a goal in mind to get a certain amount of money. I'm just curious how long. Yeah, so we've only been doing, this is the 4th stream. And so far, generally speaking, about 4 hours. I thought it'd been a norm of 6 hours. No, not quite. Though it can feel like it. That's what a game like this can do. But no, it hasn't been. It's been about, you know, average length. Most of the time for my Sunday RPG streams, the grinding streams, I go for about 4 hours. Unless I am feeling really good, and I am today, and have a specific goal in mind that's getting close. I think I can crack 1,000 today. If I could get another couple good runs and not get whittled down to death before I make it to the next fishing spot, and get a couple 200 runs, then I'd feel better. Because then I could buy like 4 or more ramen noodles, right? And I would feel a little bit better about that, and then just try to be real strategic about their use, more so than I have been. I definitely overestimated my chances of making it to the end of the river before. And it was like, well, I'm probably close. I'll just eat these noodles. Remember the last time I had noodles, or the character I'm talking about in the game, you know, the last time I had actually spent money on food to heal myself. I'm like, I've got 2. I'll just heal myself up after this one snake fight And that'll get me to the next section. And then I took 2 steps and got jumped by a snake again. And it was like completely worthless. I could just threw that money straight down the snake's mouth. Because I was overconfident. I thought, well, you know, I'll probably make it. It was a gamble. I rolled the dice and I lost. I was in any previous stream, so I just think, I like your words funny, man. I appreciate that. I have many words. Many words vomit forth from my mouth here. I've just been ranting for like a good hour or so about RPG mechanics. Stuff that works and stuff that doesn't. There's a lot of stuff that, like, when you're designing pretty much like any game mechanic that has to scale, and RPGs are prime turf for that, you really got to run those numbers like all the way to the top. Because if you're only like, hey, would these numbers line up? Would this be fun? And you only test it out a couple levels, you may find that when you get to higher levels, like the whole thing breaks down, the players become way too powerful, or they're way too overpowered. I find that happens often with games that have level scaling with enemies. Like, this is the Shadow of... what was the first one? Shadow of Mordor? That was the first one. The second one was Shadow of War, right? And I found it to be frustrating that enemies would scale up with your abilities. Because after a while, all that would happen is that every enemy you would face would be immune to like 90% of your attacks. And it's like, oh great, I'm glad I spent all that time developing those skills, because now this guy, like, oh, he can't be stunned, he can't be critted. And then it came down to like one cheese tactic. Like, well, if you can flip over behind him and backstab him, and that's the only thing that will work. It was like that grows to a level where, like, it's not creating a challenge. It's just become impossible. Now you just made an enemy that I cannot fight. I'm not impossible. I'm not immune to their attacks. Thought about the ratio of turns to section of the plot for RPG fights. There are like a lot of newer games that have tried to like clean this up. If you look at most like remasters of older RPGs, one of the first things they do is like, we put an option in to reduce the amount of experience you need to level, or increase the amount of experience you get from fights. Basically, like, we made it easier for you to speed through, because it was a big sticking point. And some of it comes from like the strategy game origins of RPGs, right? Where like it made sense to want to have big numbers and like stretch it out. And some of it was just like, we have to pad the time. Some of it was localization. Working Designs was quite infamous for increasing the challenge of games by increasing like decreasing experience or money payouts from games, or increasing the cost of things. That they said was to increase the difficulty, but like everything in the Western market during a certain time frame had a huge focus on making the game take long enough that you couldn't beat it on a rental. But there's other ways that games like gate progression or feed that through. Should be an option to remasters where you should just stick to the original and go to the new remakes. A good remaster will have it, at very least mechanically, if not graphically, the option. There are a lot of very good reasons why they wouldn't include that graphically, depending on the game. A lot of it has to do with the relative resolution of older games and newer systems. That a lot of the stuff doesn't scale properly, and if you can't smoothly scale it, it looks wrong. Which is why a lot of stuff doesn't just get re-released, because it would either take up a much smaller portion of the screen than people want, or it would fill the screen but look messed up. But there's also like a value proposition, you know, like how much would you pay to play, say, the original Final Fantasy VI versus a redrawn version of it? And the larger market has said they won't pay very much for the original, but they'll pay some for a remaster. What's up, Deuces? Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. I think we're close to not having to hang out in Snake Hell anymore, but we're still not quite there. We're just discussing RPG stuff. But I have seen some games that try to simplify like the leveling mechanic to be number of encounters. There are a lot of games that you don't really gain anything. You don't really level. You don't get like real measurable necessary resources by fighting. And so you can 100% evade every fight and just advance the plot. And in those, the combat just seems like an afterthought. Like, we wrote a visual novel that doesn't really require the player to do anything but click next. But, you know, people said it wasn't moving, so we added combat options that are completely extraneous. But there's balance. There's like a middle ground of that. The illusion of growth. Yeah. That's what we were talking about before, is like, if the scaling in a game isn't done properly, your numbers will go up, but they don't mean anything. And people will catch on to that real quick. What the issue I'm having with the fights here is that, as near as I can figure, your damage output is tied to your current hit points, not to your max hit points. So unless you have a high enough damage output to one-shot enemies, you're always going to lose hit points in a fight. And if they don't scale up your defense proportionally, it just means that the higher level fights start to become closer to being impossible to get through reliably, because you're always going to take damage. Like, these snakes were like unkillable before. I could not defeat them. And now I can, but only if it's like one or two. And if a third one shows up, by that point, like, I've taken enough damage that my damage output has gotten low enough that like I just can't get through them. But I think it may just be like the snake itself, possibly the goats, because the enemies in the next section, which reasonably should be more difficult, did do a lot of damage to me, but I was able to like wail on them. But that's because of another mechanic in the game, which is like the combat. How the combat works is that the reticule randomly bounces around the screen, and you have to hit the attack button while it's on the enemy. And then based on where on the enemy it is, it's either a bad hit, which does minimum damage, a good hit that does average damage, or a great hit that does basically like a critical hit, does a lot of extra damage. But a lot of that's random where that goes. So a lot of times it'll never land on the great hit spot. So you're constantly like struggling to get like the best hit possible. Playing through Mario and Luigi Brothership, leveling is honestly too much. I avoid most fights. I'm still at the right level, except for going out of my way to fight around 12 fights. Yeah, and I think the Mario and Luigi Brothership, the impression I got was that was meant to be simpler to target younger players, and RPGs, typically they're made to target younger players. Generally, like, leveling almost becomes optional, you know? Like, you can do it, but you don't really need to do it. It's not as essential. But I haven't played it myself yet. I've seen a little bit of it, but I haven't been like, I'm not in a rush to play it. I got a billion old games to play. I like ideas that some games have fights more like puzzles, and your ability to defeat encounters based on your intelligence, not so much your brain every time. Yeah, your brawn. Yeah. This is like, it's extremely random. There is like a bit of skill and kind of, it's more like gambling when you get in a fight. Like, do you wait for a great hit knowing that the target moves faster the longer you wait? Do you go with the good hits? Can you afford it? It's interesting, but I think it breaks down at higher levels. I think when you get tougher enemies, the numbers don't work right. They don't fit anymore. And you end up with encounters that are really not enjoyable. How much do I have left in the bin? Oh, I've still got quite a bit. I'm only at 13. Is this bug spot? No, this is red bug spot. Gotta change my bait. And the worst part is also made for players who have played all the OG Mario Luigi. Yeah. And I love those games. It's just not super easy for someone to go back and play all those now. Like, the availability is not great. I know the first one is on Nintendo Switch Online. I know a lot of people aren't interested in that. There's other options, as always, even if they're not, currently available in the stores. But like, a lot of people aren't going to be able to go back until they make like a collection and re-release those. Like, they're kind of dead at this point. So making a game that relies on that is, I don't know. I enjoy those games, but yeah, like you have to know like the kind of timing patterns and stuff that's expected. Play the demo of Stellar Blade yesterday, convinced me to buy the game. Did you need convincing? You've been talking about buying that for so long. Especially because, 2B is in it? I don't know if 2B is in it specifically or if it's just a 2B outfit, but it sounded to me like it already had its hooks in you. That's what I was very sure afterwards. You went from a yes to a yes. A yes to an absolutely yes. Well, I'm glad, whatever it is, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Never seen an underwater effect look so good. I'm trying to think any underwater stuff that comes to mind. I feel like most of the games that I've played, if you have to go underwater for something and it's not a game where you play a shark, it's bad, and so it doesn't show you much because you're not supposed to be there and you're dying. It's a weird fear of water games have where like, don't touch that lake, you'll die. Yes to a So what do you think of needing a totem-like device to gain levels? And if it's destroyed, you have to grind resources to replace it and gain levels. That's mean. Like that is something that is just made to eat your time or to be punishing. That sounds insane to me. I think that would be great for a tower defense game. True. I'll amend that. It depends on what type of game. I'm assuming like an RPG. One petty guy destroyed my groundskeeper so I couldn't gain levels. If it's is this like a multiplayer game or is this like a strategy game? Because if it's like a strategy game or something like that, it's like a resource fight, and that makes sense. If it's like a single player RPG that makes you jump through those hoops, that's pretty rough. That's up there with the worst, like, weapons get damaged, like weapons break mechanic. Weapon breaking is not bad on its own, but if your weapon breaks after 2 hits, no matter what the weapon is, and it always does that, then that just blows. You gotta balance that stuff. MMORPG hybrid. Oh yeah, see that. For an MMO, that tracks completely because MMOs are made to extract as much time from you and thus money, in theory, as possible. So it makes perfect sense, right, for it to have mechanics that drag the experience out. I don't like it, but that's also why I don't play MMOs. Please let me get away. Okay. Thankfully, I can usually reliably avoid the eagle. Not the snake. The snake could kill me. My damage output is just low enough. I think I could make this out just barely, depending on how much damage the snake does to me. Well, see that? It's not even going to do a lot. 12 is not enough, but it's better than nothing. Okay, as long as I don't whiff, I think we'll come out of this okay. I'm going to be extremely low on health. Bum ba dum 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 dum. Oh, this is gonna be real close. Snake defeated. Yeah. And there again, there's like the snake is just like the prime example for all of that. I think this was a big fish, so I'm gonna throw an earthworm out here and see if we can catch this. Might be distracted for a minute while I'm trying to catch this fish. Just catch up before I get stuck in that. I left one wall standing so I could find it. Yikes. Takes the immersion on if you say, it's metal, and it shatters like, no, yeah. You fled America for now. I should hope so. I'm so far from America now. I don't need them here. They need to take their influence elsewhere and quit messing up my river. Be happy if they made it like Minecraft. HP is substantial. Maybe keep it, have the damage output lower over time. Yeah. Well, also if there's no means to repair the weapon, right? There's no means to repair a weapon. Or craft a weapon. You just have to find them and they break. Is kind of rough. If they break really quickly, no matter what it is, no matter what you're hitting, no matter how you use it, then it just feels kind of lazy. I feel it would be good as a team-based RPG. You have a few sets of groups review it. Yeah, well, see, like that's the thing. Like a multiplayer, right? In a multiplayer segment, like it's entirely different. Now, if you're going with like a team-based multiplayer thing or an MMO, like those kind of mechanics make sense. That's kind of part and parcel of the experience. For, you know, oh geez, like a single-player RPG, it's kind of rough. Like the Zelda, all right, this guy gave me a lot of trouble last time. I just gotta hope to exhaust him. Hope he doesn't break the line again. Come on. Come on. Oh, see, when he pulls like way back like that. Oh, my progress. He's getting closer. Come on. God. I hate it so much. I'm trying again, even though it's gonna do me in. Instead of tiring out, they just get emboldened. Which is not how it should be. Come on. Oh, see, he pulls immediately to the other side. He pulls so far to the other side that is just, there's just no getting around it. I'm gonna have to buy hooks. I don't know if it's a level thing or what, but like there's no fighting it. You can't it's the lobster. Lobsters are not worth much, but whatever. It's money. That is somehow a lobster. I've really enjoyed all of the enemy designs, the drawings, all of the fish. This lobster is so disappointing. It looks so bad to me. I don't know if this is just a culture thing, but like it looks so stiff and lifeless. It's like I'm battling the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile and not fishing. We looked it up and we're trying to find like, is there like some kind of freshwater lobster in Japan that lines up with this? And we found a lobster that's like, I don't know, I guess it kind of looks like that. But this is also a game where you catch a grass lizard in the water. What's that grass lizard doing in the water? I don't know. Henley and Sheila, Breath of the Wild? Yeah. Like, it becomes part of the game to, like, know where the equipment is. I'm fine if this thing kills me, because I have to sleep at the inn anyway. Alright, but I will still try to run away. Because that's the only negative consequence. Our bin is full. We cannot catch more fish. This thing's gonna... Ferret is gonna win. The ferret won. The ferrets are usually pushover, but at that low level, it's no good. Oh yeah, you get food, you know, but I don't have any food. I don't have any. There's no food for that. All right, let's see what we got. How much money we made on this run? We made $270. That's about normal, which is very good. Where does that put us at? We are at 1,050. It's going to cost 30 to stay at the inn here. I'm gonna have to buy hooks. So we're not quite at 1,000. What I really need is like 2 more runs like that. 2 more runs that went about that well. I'm very frustrated that I could not get that fish. And it really makes me wonder, like, how high of a level do I have to get to be able to take that fish on? So we're still above 1,000. I want to get another 200 to 400. Load up on some ramen noodles here in town before I roll off again. I said I meant eat the ferret. Oh no. That would be good. That would be hilarious if we just ate the ferret. I don't know if I'll need the earthworm again. We'll try the trick again. You can find, using the glasses, weirdly, you can find bugs and red bugs. I thought we found maggots in one spot, but like one town had a cemetery, and I think we found a maggot there. I could be misremembering. I could just be gaslighting myself. But the earthworm and caviar bait, I've never found. And then I discovered that if you reload your game via the password, it just puts all of your bait at 10, so all of that stuff comes back. If I was a ferret and a Blender rendered band came up to me and dragged his jaw down to eat me, I'd run. I'd run too. Those ferrets are, provided I'm not like at 1% of my health, those ferrets are like a pushover to fight. They have few hit points. They're like the easiest thing I could fight here. which just further proves like how the combat works. Once your health, the lower your health, the weaker you are, the easier you are to kill. You're supposed to spend a bunch of money on food to heal yourself. But like, so this section here, if you're having trouble surviving fights, then you may be stuck at the closest fishing location, which is here, and fishing out all of these little fish that you can before it stops producing fish for the day only nets you $70. Staying at the inn costs $30. That leaves you with a gain of $40. The only healing item you can buy here is ramen noodles, which costs $50. So then it will take you forever to heal up like that. And then you'll use it after one fight. Unless you just save them up. But as is the tradition with older games, what you're supposed to do is fight a lot of medium difficulty creatures to slowly grind up your level until you can easily defeat them. And I've been forced to do that. I tried to race through and it didn't work. Or these things. The weirdest twist in the game when suddenly they put an enemy in the water and instead of a fight, you have to fish them out. But then you get experience as though you had killed them. Which makes me wonder what happens once it's out of the water. Hey, we gained a level off of that lizard. That I can only assume we just smacked against the dock here until it stopped moving. Not to be like, you know, not to be grim about it, but like, I don't know how else we'd gain experience except by destroying. You can only learn in this game by destroying something. There is no other way. There's no other means to gain power. You must defeat them and consume their soul. I assume. I don't know. Unless he's just getting a workout, like punching all these things. He has no weapons. He's just punching and kicking anything, and I guess developing muscle mass that way, or developing his, I don't know, martial arts abilities. Ah, shoot. Oh, come on, Eel. Oh, I should have waited for a better hit there. This should be good enough. So even that eel, not particularly powerful, still did, you know, a decent amount of damage to me. But I did miss a hit. I'm not gonna try for that big fish now. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna keep going to the golden carp. Sorry, boss. I need a promotion. Consume CEO. That's how Mafia works. That's how most of the world works. Q, Monster Rancher 1, 2D Extreme. Me and Jum and Flash are all screaming as we get beaten up by Captain Evil Hair and the Evil Hair troops. I would like to not get beaten up, if that is an option, if that is one of the choices. Assuming there is multiple choices here, and one of them is to not be beaten. I think I have been beaten by hares enough in my travails in this game. They were weirdly tough for their time. Grass lizard. Grass lizard's fine. Give me some fish. I'm here for money. I'm here for profit. I'm I'm an industrialist. I need these fish to grease the wheels of my industry. Which is, I guess, pharmaceutical. That's what we're doing here. We're catching fish to make medicine. Nobody seems to eat the fish, which is weird when you think about it. Monster Rancher anime games aren't identical. They certainly are not. Like, I think we've discussed this before. They're very different. There we go. There's my big, beautiful golden carp. I need you to stop resisting me. Get inside the bin so I can sell you to the highest bidder. Well, the only bidder, which I guess by default makes them the highest bidder. I guess if you're the only bidder, you're automatically the highest bidder. I guess I could just leave some verbiage out there and say sell you to the bidder. Yeah, we did go through this. Okay. I thought I remember we talked about, and they're different. It's not too uncommon. It's rarer. It's more rare, especially for video games, to have the source material accurately transferred or reflected. Particularly if the game doesn't have a lot of story to itself. Then they usually will just play fast and loose with the game to create a story. Like to mix and match elements of the games animate together since they play fast and loose with lore. Yeah. Yeah, they don't stick too strongly to anything. Which is, you know, I feel like, I don't know if it's better or worse, but it's definitely more honest. It's a lot more honest in my mind for someone making something like that to acknowledge by playing fast and loose with it that the stuff is all made up anyway. We could just make up whatever we want. There's a certain like level of dishonesty when it's like, we made these rules and we can't break them. Like, no, you can. Those rules were made up by you. You just have to do it well. I don't want to get on another Doctor Who rant, but that's how I feel about Doctor Who. Like, they act like they can't break the rules they made up, and then they rewrite some new stuff that breaks those rules and act like they're not breaking the rules. And it's usually not well written. Not a fan of a lot of the newer stuff where they're like, what if the timeless child, like, what if no? What if you didn't do that? And then later they're like, what if we hadn't done that? Like, it's too late, you did. Right, better. Like Cuphead was one of the outliers. As long as I can see it was prequel to the game and DLC. Yeah, they did a good job with Cuphead, and like they tied that together fairly well. But I will say Cuphead partially has an advantage of its inspiration of like much older cartoons that give them a wealth of material that it's not directly created by, but only referenced by the game. It gives them a lot more to work with. I hope the studio MDHR was deeply involved in the show's creation. Yeah, I mean, I feel like for a lot of indie games, especially, like, depending on how successful it was. If it was very successful, oh, there's no fishing here anymore. We're just filling some chubs here. If it was very successful and they have a decent amount of money built up by it, that gives them the ability to be picky about who they hand that off to. And I respect that a lot. If you made the thing and you really care about it, you're going to be careful about like who does what with it. It's not just like a paycheck. Although, to be honest, it'd be fine if it was just a paycheck. Because, you know, everyone's got to eat. Everyone's got bills to pay. Just played Cuphead this morning. Yeah. I was watching you battling the devil. I had to leave before you went to the DLC, so I didn't see that. So I think to date I still haven't seen the DLC for that game. What are you doing? What are you doing, Dark Chub? It's putting up a lot more fight than usual there. Because stuff like Miss Chalice having a different background from the game. The game wasn't consistent. Yeah. Got man, I'm on games like Baldi FNAF. Got books, movie adaptations. Yeah. Under the Undertale, there has to have been companies pursuing Toby Fox about Undertale stuff. I don't know this for a fact, but I have to imagine that he seems like the kind of individual that would be resistant to that sort of thing, because when those kind of deals happen, you tend to lose a lot of creative input on it. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, Microsoft funded development. Yeah. That was like a very different time when the 360 marketplace was opening up, and there was a lot of indie development happening, primarily because companies like Microsoft were throwing money in to get people to develop stuff for their marketplace. And that spurred a lot of development, because it can be hard to get funding for that stuff. And so it created like a perfect way for a lot of these games to come in. I fear we're like kind of getting back to that, because a lot of like the layoffs and bigger failures in the larger AAA space, as well as some of the bigger successes, have made it difficult for smaller studios to consistently secure funding for titles. And that's, it's not just like layoffs at big companies over the past couple of years. It's a lot of smaller studios folding up shop because they couldn't secure anyone to fund their next game. Perheadmo, no! Look what happened to Double Dragon. Yeah. Well, we got 15 fish. Now I guess we'll be getting these chubs for a little while here. I'm not leaving till my bin is full. Understood the ferret mechanic. I mean, I have no like personal beef with the ferrets. It's just these animals come for me. I don't come for them. I come for the fish, right? If the fish were injuring me, if the fish were actively like physically fighting me, I could bear no ill will, because I'm the one who attacked them first, right? I put them on the line and tried to reel them in. But like all these other animals, like I haven't done anything to them. They need to back off. I don't feel bad for them at all. When I have to stomp a ferret into the ground in this game, that's the ferret's fault. That ferret had a choice to not attack me. It chose to attack me. Now I'm karate chopping it in the throat. These fish don't have a choice, right? If these fish pulled a knife and stabbed me, like, it would be justified. But like, when that bat came out and came at me, I had to do what I had to do. They're not going to run away from me. I wish they would. I wish this game had mechanics where they'd run away. I wanted to hug it. I wish that was an option. Unfortunately, the game only recognizes the bloodlust, so it gives me a choice. Fight for my life or run. But I can tell you that running away only works sometimes. It usually doesn't work. So I just don't even try anymore. Here comes the snake. I should be able to beat this snake, depending on where it gives me hits. But it's going to cost me. That's probably not a great hit. I don't think the snake doesn't care if I chop its tail off. I wish it would. Oh, shoot. The vision's blurred a bit there. Get him! This is all totally fine. As long as I can win this, this is fine. I just have to be careful not to immediately get jumped by another snake. All right, this should be a good one. It's as good as it gets. Okay, that's fine. We defeated the snake. If I get attacked by anything else, it's just gonna kill me. I need to find another fishing spot to fill out the rest of my bin. I only need 2 more fish. You killed him? What? One of these? Oh, Deucets. Deucets, I hate to say it. I've killed so many bats in this game. I've killed so many bats. They left me no choice. I had to do it. It was me or the bat. And I'm pretty attached to me. Those bats were strangers to me. They came at me. They came at me out of the dark. They said, "You must die." I said, "Not today, sir." I tried to run and they said no. So, you know, they forced my hand. They wrote the check. I just cashed it. I took no enjoyment out of murder. I don't really enjoy murdering any of these animals. The snakes, I don't particularly like snakes. I'm fine with that. I'd rather just not touch them, but didn't let one of my brethren have a nibble. Oh, let me tell you, man, they took a chunk out of me. This poor Fisher boy's body is covered in animal bite scars. Like his flesh looks. I mean, it's pretty bad. He's got so many holes in him. If you stretched him out, you could use him as a screen door. You know what I'm saying? Like he's running empty here. I don't know how he's made it this far. Like the blood loss has to be catching up with him. He's been chewed on by every animal in this region. There's remaining from head to his remaining toes. He's probably only got 1 left. That backyard base is the only time anyone familiar with certain tenants' IPs have ever entered the realm of animation. Yeah, and I mean it's hard to get garner interest in that if there's not merchandise. Plus, animation has gotten expensive, so it's not like it used to be. Oh, I gotta go way out here to get to a fishing spot. All right. What do we got here? We're in Bugtown. All right. Let's fish. I think this is lobster turf. Yep. Just a little trash lobster to fill in the bucket. They're not. There are the shortest length. They're in the tier 1 category. It's just rounding out my earnings. They're not making me a lot of money. They are rather easy to catch. These lobsters have no fight in them. Okay. Now I have my permission to die. Because it's quicker than walking back. Hello, snake. What if I tried to escape? I can't escape. Finish the job. Thank you, snake. The snake thinks he's won? No. No, sir. You did exactly as I wanted you to do. You did what I desired. You've merely played into my plan. It was by my design all along, snake. My design alone that brought me to this place. I want to see how much money we made. Unbelievable. $270 again. We're making bank now. All right. This will be 250 after that. I don't know. That's 5. That's 5 items I could get. I wonder if I should just come back to this again next week and just rack up more money. Should I buy 5 ramen noodles? They won't heal me fully, right? But they'll keep me alive longer. And it saves $20 over the potato. Or do I just save the money to buy from Potato Land? At this point, I could buy 3 potatoes with this money. I could buy more than that, though. I could buy more than that, but I need some money left over. Mention IRL, some guy says hi to you, then jumps into a snake pit. You see him again in the next town over. How'd you get here? Oh, the snakes. You just let the snakes chew you up and you'll wake up in town. Works every time. It's cheaper than the bus. You would have to pay me a lot of money to convince me to use that travel method. I don't know if I should buy. The ramen noodles are $50. The next town over, the potatoes are what they sell. Those are $70. The money I have now, I could buy 5 ramen noodles, which heal, I want to say, like 25 to 30 hit points. I don't know what is. I don't know how much the potatoes heal. Yeah, let's do one more run. Let's do one more run of fishing. And then that's where I will leave it for today. We'll do one more charge here. We'll see if we can round out our budget a little bit more. Right. We'll rack up a little bit more money. I need $700 for the hammer, right? That leaves me with $550 currently. The inn the next town over, I think is $40, right? If I remember correctly, it's $40 up there. Potatoes are $70. So either of these food items is more expensive than staying at the inn, but the purpose of the food item is to continue the adventure forward. I think at this point, I may be better off just racking up some extra funds here in order to secure a whole mess of potatoes. Because I think it'll be worth it more in the long run. And I can pretty reliably pull the money in here. So if we do another run on this. Let's see. That $700, that'll leave me with $550. Another $150 would cover a mess of potatoes. I could get 10 potatoes for that. Yeah, so one more run of this I think will be okay. If I did a little bit more, I could go crazy. But I don't need 10 potatoes, I don't think. It would certainly cover me for a bit. But I'm almost guaranteed to need something else beyond that. All I know is that the fishing in the next town sucks. Big time. Everything I'm catching here is like bugs and red bugs. Dig them out of the ground. Everything in the next town is stuff I can't dig up. The fishing hole dries up a lot quicker. They don't bite as quickly. I want it to spend as little time in the next town as possible. instead of mess of potatoes. Say Mesopotamia. I want to get so rich, I'm going to buy all of Mesopotamia. I'm going to wrap it up in my pocket and carry it with me. And when I get down on my blood sugar on the road, I'm just going to pull a part of that ancient civilization out, and I'm going to consume it to regain my health. Actually, that's not really, that's an area, right? That's not really a civilization, is it? I'm thinking of Sumeria. Or am I? I'm confusing all of my terms. Small fish, get in my bin. Chump consumer of cities. I will devour all in my quest. Whatever it takes to reach the end of this river. If I have to grind all these people up into slurry, I'll do it, by gum. Come on. Come on. Takes a bite of a continent and laughs. You call this spicy? Oh wow, they already fished this out. I did, because I fought a lizard. Eel! Come on, give me a good hit. That's okay. Peace out, eel. Don't come back. Damn you, snake. Vile serpent. I didn't think it was ever going to land on a spot where it actually hit the snake. It was just hovering outside the snake. Yeah, punch it right in the jaw for big 23 damage. You can't get that kind of damage when your health is low, I'll tell you that much. Oh, we leveled up! I was making a comment earlier that I was like, I wonder if I'll get to 40 HP, since we don't have a level number. So the level shorthand is just like, how much HP do I have left? And I was wondering if I would get to 40, right, before we managed to escape the snakes. And I'm like, I don't know, ended up getting that. Now I'm approaching 50, and I'm still having some trouble with this. I can defeat the snakes, but only like 1 or 2. They're still causing me grief. If I get to 50, maybe I can crush them. But that's like, I feel like I've gone up, I'm approaching like 20 levels raised in this zone alone. It's insane. I'll have to go back and check what level I was at, what my max HP was at when I first came to this joint. You'll O'Neill the eel to feel what deal is real. I'm gonna take that eel and make jelly eels out of him. I don't know why I need to go to town to buy $50 ramen noodles to heal when I've got a trail of dead animals in my wake. Maybe not the snakes, but like, I could eat the rest of that stuff. How hard could it be? How hard could it be to cook that stuff? Why can't I just eat into my fish supply? The food is just so expensive. I can geo and steal the seal. I hope not. I need that seal. Keep some of my vital fluids from leaking out. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, fish. Oh, I hate it so much when it gets to like 0.4 and they're like, nah, I'm not going. It's like, oh, please just get in the bin. Get in there. Make jerky out of the ferrets, eels, monkeys, and tanukis. You know what? I haven't battled the actual raccoon in a while. That was in the previous area, and those things were stomping me too. So I feel like every area has like some animal that's like, I'm always going to kill you. And then it's got a bunch of other stuff that's like, we may imperil you somewhat, but you can prevail. And then there's just that one thing that's like, if you see me, you're dead. It's just so funny, like, the apes in the next town over were doing like 15 points of damage per hit. And I still had a better chance of defeating them. Because those apes somehow have less hit points than the snake. Or they have much easier to hit. They're more generous with the critical hits. Like, the target flies on their face quite often, and they definitely don't like getting slapped in the face. Hitting like prime ape. These filthy apes. What are we at in the bin there? We're only at 11. We need the bug for the bigger prey here. Probably still have to go further upriver to complete this. Come on, Dark Chub. Come on, Chub. Your home is the bin. It's time to go home. Into the bin with you. So I have 11 and this gives me 8. That'll still leave me with one fish, which isn't bad. I just have to survive survive long enough to make it to the lobster hole. Assuming I do catch all of these. And I usually do. Well, I'm just happy that I've successfully hit my goal of $1,000 here. No! It wasn't particularly difficult. It was just time consuming. I'm sad that I could not catch a Funa. It still eludes me. It just pulled like way too hard and fast to the edge. I could not gain control of it again. This guy's threatening to do the same right now. Come on. Dark chub. Delicious dark chub. Mm-hmm. You see that? It was at 0.2 and it just would not go, that last 0.2. Can see the heart. Yeah, he's got a little heart tattoo. He's bedazzled his scales to put a little heart on there. No. You know what? He hearts my bugs. I heart bugs is what that fish says as he devours the bug off of my hook. For the last time. Return to the bin. It's your natural state. You don't deserve to be outside. You deserve to be in the fish house. You deserve to be in that lady's fish business. I don't know what she does. No one seems to eat the fish. Nobody's selling me fish dinners here. They're just selling me ramen, which could be made with pork. There's lots of pigs in this area. No, wait, not pigs. There's goats. I don't know why I keep thinking they're pigs. They remind me of pigs, but they're not pigs. What are they making that ramen on? I mean, it could be, I guess, fish. It could be miso ramen. But this is more of a tub town. They use their fish for building material. They're making bricks out of them. At least that's the impression I get. It makes about as sense as anything else in this world. Things were different back in the River King days. Get in there. Wish that someone deliver the fish to the ramen chefs. Oh, we still got another catch here. Another catch or two. It's possible. I mean, it sure has to be processed. Like, they won't just put fish in there. Like, they gotta make the miso paste out of them. Probably mash them up into fish cakes, you know. Mash them up into fish paste, roll it in a tube. You get all those sweet narutomaki in there, just... And everyone goes crazy. As it should be. Boy, it's quite a walk to the next section, let me tell you. It seems like you should be able to fish here, right? It just seems like the perfect spot to be fishing here. I'm really disappointed that I can't fish in here. You know, there's no bubbling. It just right? You just look at it and it's like, there's gotta be something in there. Look, it's ferret. Get him! Right in the guts. Right in the guts. Well, I didn't want to kill him. They made me do it. Bug is fine. Bum ba-dum bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-do. All right, where's my health at? The bin is full. We're gonna roll the dice on escaping here. My ancestors. Look, if I had a hug option, I would much rather. I'd much rather just, like, you know, play with that ferret, enjoy it romping around, than have to punch it so hard in the stomach its head explodes. But the game doesn't provide that option. It's not broken out for me. Time to use the tub, which mysteriously causes major health concerns. Hello, ferret. I'm sorry I have to punch you in the stomach again. Again, it's not that I want to. It's that I'm forced to. I must do it. I have no choice in the matter. My free will is non-existent there. Oh, this goat. These goats are so rough. This goat's gonna mess me up so bad. This goat is standing between me and my escape. Give me the old throat chop. I may actually defeat this goat. His damage output is not being super high right now. Oh, get that throat shot. Hey! Defeat that goat. How many times do I have to keep teaching this lesson, old man? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they just don't, they don't want to listen. If they just leave me alone, they could survive, but they won't. Here we are again. Although my health is low enough now that it's going to take more than one hit to do them in. Not a lot more than that, though. Maybe I should have bought some noodles. I am not going to escape this. Oh, I don't think I can take this snake at this level. It's fine. I'll just sell the fish again, and we'll hit it again. Yeah, I'm absolutely dead here. Yeah, I was afraid of that. It's fine. We'll recover some bait that we've used. We'll sell off the fish that I've gathered. We'll grab our password and then that will be that. What do I bid, lady? What do you got? 270 sounds about right. All right, so we got 1520. I could buy, well, I'll know I'll have less than that. I'll have slightly less than that. I'll have 1490. That leaves me enough that I could buy the hammer and 10 potatoes. I don't think buying 10 potatoes is ideal. I think buying a handful of potatoes is probably better. All right, let's get our password here. All right, well, we've got the money. We've got money. We can mostly kind of survive the snake fights. I'll say we can generally survive the snake fights. We just can't survive protracted combat with multiple snakes. We're not there yet, but we, one-on-one, if we're not already beat up, we can take a snake. So next time, I'm going to do my damnedest to make it to the next area alive, buy the stuff that I need there, right? Probably grab some fish on the way. Just in case things go sour, I'll have fish on hand to sell, so I'm not going in and I'm not losing money. I still need to be gaining money. It's the ABC, always be fishing, right? The fishing spelled with a C. It makes sense if you see it written out. And then we'll make it to the next area. We'll see what we got then. Those monkeys were the apes. They're monkeys. They're clearly monkeys. Shakma is out there, the rage beast. They do a lot of damage, but I did a decent amount of damage back to them. I did manage to whack a couple of them, so I feel okay about that. But looking at the next area just kind of ended. So I don't know where I need to go from there. I presume I need to travel further and further out on the tub, which is terrifying because it hurts me every tile I use. So I can't go too far. Hopefully to the next town, I guess. I don't want to spend a lot of time in the next area because everything's too expensive and the fishing sucks. But we'll see. That'll be it for my stream today. I will return tomorrow, and I'll have a schedule up tomorrow. This week we are returning to Resident Evil Code Veronica X and the Dreamcast. We are starting Tombs and Treasure on the NES. It's a Famicom port of a Japanese computer adventure game, Azteca 2. That's what it was releasing to us as Tombs and Treasure. It's supposed to be a very good port of the PC game. I'm very excited to check that out. That is a Falcom title. And believe it or not, it has some connection to some later Falcom game that we'll play, but we'll see if that plays out in the actual game itself. It's very minimal. And that's not why I'm playing. But I'm very interested in the game. You're checking out Aztec temples and stuff. It's neat. I think it's neat. Wednesday, it looks like we're going to be doing Wolfenstein, not Return to Castle Wolfenstein, but Wolfenstein 3D. We're traveling backwards to shoot more enemy soldiers of a certain persuasion and gather some sausage to eat. And then Thursday, more Star Ocean. So it's shaping up to be a very fun week. For me, anyway. Hopefully it will be for you as well. I hope you all had a great weekend. I hope you have a great week ahead of you. And I appreciate you all stopping by and chatting with me. It's always good to see you. It's always good to chat with new and old people alike. Always a pleasure and a delight. And I hope you enjoyed hanging out with me as much as I enjoy hanging out with you. Hopefully some of those things interest you for this week, and you will stop back in again to see any of those streams or all of those streams. Until that time, so long, everybody. Bye-bye.